Hello.
I don't think I hear you on the stream, by the way. Go into the settings in OBS, and then I think it's under the audio tab, maybe, or the streaming tab, one of the two. I think it's under the audio. Yeah.
Apply. Why does it do that? Sorry about that, guys. Apparently, OBS decided to get rid of my mic for a second. So, hi, we're live. This is Chimera Collective, Darkness and Darvasta, with our finale episode, part 2. But this is episode number 13. I think is apt episode number for the end of this mini campaign that has to do with so much, darkness and fighting against devils right now and everything. It just kind of fits. So I'm excited for that. Thank you, players, for everyone being able to make this happen. I know we said we were going to be saying goodbye to Gillitam, but big thank you to Zoro from E3 for allowing us to take over her Mass Effect night tonight, so that we could go ahead and finish up this finale with Gillitam before she has to go on a little bit of leave. And so we're very grateful to her for that. So thank you, Zoro. We appreciate it. Mass Effect will be back next Monday. Rorin and Siva will be joining us in Mass Effect, like we announced last time. So be on the lookout for that. But tonight, we are going to finish the epic battle that we started. So let me bring us over to our cam screen. We switch the music over to something more hellishly appropriate. And let's see, map overlay. That's what I want. Where's my map? What are you doing, OBS? You were up this whole time, and now you're like, I don't want to do it. There we go. Now it sees it. It should be able to. Yeah, okay, now it's working. It just had a little bit of a hiccup. All right, so as a little bit of a backup recap. Sorry, I just had some iced coffee and I shouldn't have, and it's like coating my throat. So I'm like, oh god. And sinuses are all crazy because the weather can't make up its mind in California. So forgive me if I'm a little stiffy today. So we had our agents go into this factory of death where they followed the tracks of the villagers that seem to be under some sort of compulsion or something. You piece together that they're missing a piece of their souls. That you have in a bag, a fair amount of them, if not all of them, and these shards that you've been carrying with you and kind of bringing people back slowly as you've been coming across them. After following them, they led you to this factory that's supposed to be abandoned, but it seems to have been taken over by some hellish forces. And inside, you see everything looks. You manage to get inside and get past sort of the first few obstacles of just getting in and getting past sort of the sentry guards into your first kind of major level of this factory, in which you found yourself faced with these hellish conveyor belts full of like smashed bone and essentially people, and trying to avoid that same fate for yourselves. While being harassed by these imps, and luckily you all made it through. Most of you going down the same path as it forked off, with Seth unfortunately getting thrust off to the other path, which then led to the next room through in this hellish factory that is part what the factory probably once was, which you're not sure exactly what was manufactured here. Probably some sort of machinery, but it's been warped by this portal to the hells, so everything is sort of fleshy, and there's eyes in places that there shouldn't be eyes, and teeth in the walls, and it's just not right, any of it. And so the conveyor belts were unfortunately the safest option of all the options. Through the next room, Seth unfortunately was dumped into this grinder of sorts, but luckily, she was the one that had Baba Yaga's mortar and pestle on her and cunningly used it after taking a significant amount of damage. Was thankfully not immediately killed by that damage, because that was possible. But luckily the rules were in her favor, and she was able to make quick use of that to get out. And the group was able to rescue most of this line of people that were sort of just being compelled to walk over the edge into this grinder. One unfortunately did lose their lives, but you were able to save little Spaz, the Furbolg girl from episode 1, was rescued along with the mayor of the town of Little Hope and some other looks like one of the rebel groups, one of Denna's people essentially, was also rescued, and some unnamed villager. So able to rescue the majority of the group. And Denna's associate Clem, as well as the mayor and the others, were able to try to make their way out, while you continued on, finding yourselves in this sort of what you assume to be a final level of this hellish factory, coming face to face with this figure at this portal. And there's this figure is Kieran probably is a little probably offended by a lot that's happening in this room, but specifically this figure, as she looks almost celestial in nature. She looks angelic. She's beautiful but dark. Her wings are red, but very angelic in the way that she holds herself, but she's attired in this like black tight leathers with a sword and a bow on her back and brandishing this whip. So, and the way she talks, and she's got these long demonic horns on her head, but so it's sort of like this bastardization of an angel that I would imagine Kieran finds particularly disgusting. And other creatures kind of abound. She seems to be in charge. There is another figure, so let me show people. I think we can maybe I changed the cam a little bit. Maybe we can actually see when I zoom in. Nope, we can't. Wait, maybe if I do this and I do this, I'm gonna make this happen. It's gonna happen. There, now chat can see what she looks like. So that's her. Also, a figure, seems to be sort of a lieutenant of sorts to her, is this chained figure that you guys have been fighting. There's his close-up. As well, these smaller demonic figures that look like to be mostly just mouths and teeth that have been fighting you guys. The figure with wings, let me move this back now into place, if it will let me. Haha, there's my mouse. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to shift, bloop. Bloop. That works. Okay. Get you guys back in the center. So that kind of catches everybody up. The battle did start. We managed to go through one round of this battle. Sybil had a moment of connection with the figure that has kind of taken co-hosting in her body, Vala, and has convinced her to make a deal for power, weakening Vala for the moment, but giving Sybil a surge of energy that she used to her advantage to get in some very significant hits. The flying figure seems to have outed Sybil's secret to the rest of the group, as she had not mentioned this before, as this figure with the winged figure does mention, oh, it looks like you have a passenger, Vala, you've fallen so far. Immediately eliciting a response from Seth as she kind of snaps her head over in this sort of knowing look. And we ended with the winged figure, summoning forth 4 other devil creatures with their beards sort of living and whipping around over towards the portal. And then let's see here. Sybil went, and we're back at the top of the order here. I'd like to take a moment before we fully get started. Where's everyone at with health?
I mean, I took some hits. I'm not like horrible, but you know, getting down there a little bit.
Okay.
Haven't taken anything yet.
Okay.
I'm like at 2/3.
2/3. Okay, so you haven't been reflecting it on D&D Beyond then. You're tracking it somewhere else, because I was looking at their...
No, it's on D&D Beyond.
It is now?
23 or 49.
Oh, okay. I thought it showed you had full. I just wanted to make sure that I was aware kind of where everyone's at. The rest of you?
I'm probably at about 75-80%.
Okay.
And I am at full thanks to the regeneration from this mortar and pestle bringing me back before this fight.
All right. So that kind
As
of
we
gives us a
started-
sense. Oh, go ahead.
Just want to throw out a reminder because we went through a round before. We did have Hex on the guy with the chains. He's
Yes.
got disadvantage on strength checks.
Thank you. I do have the disadvantage noted from the Hex. And the Hex was put on there by Sybil, correct?
Yes.
And then I also have noted that Fudge is currently being grappled in one of the chains by this chain devil. So he's currently restrained. Before we get started at the top of this round here, let me turn up the music. I feel like people probably can't hear it very well because I can't hear it, which means other people probably can't hear it. I think it also is probably in between.
They just went in between songs.
Yeah. There we go. So, I would like to ask how everyone is feeling in this moment as we approach this final episode, as the group has been through a lot here in Darvasta. Things are still confusing for several of you, but the pieces are starting to fall together, perhaps. Maybe there's a few missing pieces, but you kind of know what probably needs to be done. Maybe a little bit might be unclear. Not sure. So there's a lot to think about in this moment, a lot going on. So I just kind of want to take a moment to see like where everyone's head is at and what's kind of like at your forethought in this moment. So we'll just start with, I'm just going to go from my video order that I see. So we'll start with Azarin. How is Kieran feeling in this moment, in this space?
She is a little angry. She's a lot angry. And she's very anxious because these things hit really, really, really hard. And she's not sure she has enough juice to keep everyone from going splat.
So she's feeling kind of fearful for her companions. You said she's angry. Can you elaborate on is there something specifically that's causing her a lot of anger? Or is it like the culmination of things?
Because this is the thing that is responsible for all the horror that's happening in this town, killing children, killing, defenseless villagers, there's no healing that can be done in this area because this thing exists right now in this plane.
That's fair. So yeah, to Kieran's knowledge, this is why this is all happening. It's a little more complicated than that, but in terms of all this death, that's evident in front of you, right? So go ahead and take a point of inspiration, Azarin. Thank you for sharing Kieran's thoughts in this moment. And how's Seth feeling in this moment, Fox?
Contrary to the kind of deadpan expression that she's always got, she's pretty rattled right now. I mean, she's fresh out of that grinder. I mean, she's healed from it physically, but mentally, it's going to take some time to heal from that sort of horror. Um, and now learning that what she was beginning to suspect with, with Sybil and her passenger, learning that that is in fact true, um, kind of adds to that state. Uh, she was holding out hope that it wasn't true, not because she doesn't trust Sybil to be able to handle herself, but because she doesn't know anything about this particular passenger and what they're capable of doing. Um, she's comfortable in scenarios where she is taking on terrestrial creatures of the material plane, and helping them move on to the afterlife, either peacefully or violently. But everything here is not of this plane. It is entirely unfamiliar to her. She's not educated in the arcane or the religious outside of her own religion. So all of this is completely foreign to her, and she's just got this fairly quiet voice in the back of her head, but it's still there, just telling her, hop in that mortar and teleport out of here. You don't need to be here.
That's fair. And how, given your connection with your patron, how do you feel like your patron would view this situation, view how these bodies have been treated? These villagers they've been crushed and grinded, and their bodies have been left, and it's just a lot of senseless death. Like, how do you feel like in the way you view death and that special connection? Because you and your patron have a very special connection with death. So how is that connecting with, like, how are you and your patron feeling in regards to, like, how things have been going on down here in this factory and how things have been going with these villagers?
The death itself, I don't think is too much of an issue, but the reason for the death is an issue. Seth doesn't know why these people are being killed and what they're being used for, and that doesn't sit well with her, and she feels it doesn't sit well with her patron either. I mean, everybody mortal dies at some point. Sometimes it's earlier than we want, sometimes it's later than expected. So that aspect of it isn't jarring her, but the reason for it is a bit jarring to her.
Thank you. Go ahead and take an inspiration as well. And Sybil, how are you feeling? There's a lot going on here for you.
There is a lot. Well, she isn't particularly happy about the way it got announced to the group that she has her passenger. It's almost a relief, as she's been trying to figure out how to explain it to the group and not set off too many alarms, or not really that. It's more find a way to explain it to the group and explain her intentions without letting those intentions become known to her passenger. Very difficult process. So having them know that she's there is almost a relief. But in that, she's kind of with everyone else. She's angry at the situation. It is a lot of senseless death. She saw a lot of death in the war. She saw a lot of death all around, but this is on a whole nother level. And there's no good reason. In her mind, there's no good reason for it. I'm sure in the devil's mind, they have reasons for it, but for her, there's no good reason for all these villagers to die. There's no reason for them to get crushed and have pieces of their souls taken. It's senseless to her. And that type of death bothers her a lot. But she's much like Kieran, she's blaming this more angelic-like figure for all of it. And so her anger is mostly directed there. But she wants to make sure everyone gets out alive as well. So
yeah,
kind of focusing on what's in front of us so that she can, with the end goal of trying to take out what's happening and end the senselessness.
And how are you feeling towards the relationship with Vala, this budding relationship between the two of you? Do you feel like you have that she's useful, that you could have some control of the matter? Do you feel like you're losing control? Do you feel like this
This
is like an invasion? Like, what are your thoughts about this budding relationship?
kind of has mixed thoughts. She's very distrustful of Vala still, just given Vala's nature that she's seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she's hoping to make use of it. She's hoping to be able to. She essentially overall wants to be able to glean information from Vala to stop Vala's plans from moving forward and kind of use her that way.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But she's unsure how long she can maintain control. Right now, she feels in control because she can feel Vala weakening.
Mm-hmm.
How long that will continue, and if Vala starts to strengthen, she worries about.
Right. I'll go ahead and take inspiration as well. Thank you. And Fudge, how is Fudge and Muffalo feeling right now about everything?
Well, Fudge will probably write the very first textbook in horror theme, basically. This next novel will definitely be pretty gory and disgusting. But he's pretty. There's like two main things to Fudge right now. One, he's like inner terrified of this whole thing. You know, he's spent a lot of time around very dangerous animals and lived, maybe not even had like encounters like this, you know, this deadly. Um, but he's also extremely focused because he knows that they've walked into a life or death situation here, and he wants to make sure everybody gets out of here alive. And his focus is to make sure that everybody else gets out of here, even if it, you know, costs him a lot to do it. So, yeah, he's terrified, and the one thing he'll say after this is that it ain't natural.
Of course, you have to. It'd be weird if you didn't.
Probably the title of his next book. It ain't natural. And yeah, Muffalo. I don't even know what Muffalo would be going through in his head right now. I think Muffalo's probably doesn't get this, and is probably scared because I'm scared, but at the same time, he's also probably focused because I'm focused. So like, probably he's just reflecting me just because of my energy.
Yeah.
You know, of what I'm giving off. So I think that's the best way to describe Fudge in this moment. You know, he's just super focused on keeping everyone alive and stopping whatever this is.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and grab a inspiration for yourself as well. And how's Crystal feeling?
Well, I think Crystal is feeling, first off, that sort of, how did it come to this? Because she thought that they were being sent to investigate something that was political unrest and, you know, some sort of group that was theoretically trying to keep the war going. And she's just kind of boggled that it's actually another worldly thing. The whole thing about the passenger is very confusing for her. She's not sure she's kind of getting that part of it. But in the moment, she's been in tight situations before, but I think having been with this group probably on a longer mission than many of the ones that the collective has sent her out on previously, she feels much more of a tie to these people. So I think she's first off in a mode of, how can I best act what can I do to most effectively help everyone to get through this? You know, where do I focus my attentions? You know, and like immediately, do I free Fudge, or do I try to pick off some of these things at range that other people can get to before they get in closer? And how strong are they? And I know that one of them went down, but you know, if I don't take it down and it overwhelms me, then what? So she's got all of these different kinds of things going in her head. She doesn't want to do something that's going to potentially make things worse, but she wants to help in the best way possible. So she's kind of in that, in terms of a fight or flight mode, she would be in the stand and fight mode, because that's what she was sent here to do. And the idea of walking away, no, not if there's another one of her, somebody else from the group is still there, she will be there right with them, whatever it takes.
Yeah,
So
that makes
that's,
sense.
I think, where her head is at, but she's struggling to wrap her head around it, like in terms of what she thought was going on politically and what's going on. Like, it's just more than she can really grasp in some levels. So she's just kind of setting that aside and just focusing on, we have to stop this, whatever it is. How do we do that?
Yeah, so setting aside the fact, like, clearly I'm missing some pieces, and this is getting some new information about this thing that's going on with Sybil, but you don't have time to unpack that and start putting pieces together because this is what's going on in front of you, right? And I get that would be kind of stressful for Crystal, because you're used to being able to, in the previous missions you've done, things have been, maybe a little, like, twists have happened, but you've always kind of known what you're getting into and what was happening. But here you're feeling kind of lost. And, like, I get that confusion could be adding to the stress and fear for Crystal in this moment. This is very unexpected for her.
And I think in some ways she's sort of thinking, like, this is nothing like anything we've done before. Like,
right.
What kind of a briefing did we get, and how, who went in first and came back with the information that the collective gave us, that they sent us into this? Like, this is sort of just wow. And I'm thinking some of these agents, I'm not sure, like, some of them don't have code names, so I know they're newer agents, and I'm sort of thinking, like, did the collective really mean to do this? Did they have any idea it was this bad?
Yeah,
and we want,
you would know,
sort of,
you would
we
know
should
well
get an
enough
up and pay grade for this kind of thing.
for sure.
Like, it sort of wasn't.
Yeah.
Was it really what we signed up for? Is almost kind of, but
Crystal would be veteran enough at this point to know that they would not have put this group together and thrown them into a situation like this had they known. It was clear that the information you got was what they knew, which was very limited. So a big part of what you guys were coming in here to do was information gathering. But it just, things happen, right? That's why agents have to be prepared. But they're throwing a lot at you this time. Go ahead and take an inspiration. Thank you so much for sharing all that. All right. So with that, before Fudge's turn comes up, you guys see that there's some sort of flash of movement off to the far right, kind of off map of what we see on Roll20. But these, like, fleshy membranes between these sort of pillars along the side. One of them, you see this figure of a cat you recognize as the bobcat Lou, bats at some of this membrane, and it flaps up and reveals that there are cages of people locked along the sides. And one of those figures is Anita, kind of slumped over by the bars, and Lou is kind of batting at her. Anita is the war wizard who assisted you guys earlier, and you see behind her is the rest of the Prohaska family and the boy that you rescued earlier, as well as some other people in the cages just on either side. You see people that you saw, figures that you interacted with in the town earlier, kind of in these cages. They appear to be fine. They've got that glazed over look, like they've probably had a piece of their souls removed. So just wanted to give you guys that bit of information should you want to try to do something with that. They appear to be in bars that are heavily locked. and there was a membrane kind of blocking your view of them, but Lou seems to have kind of irritated it to flap up, and so that has been revealed to you. We are going to go ahead and move forward with our lair action. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to roll. Let's have one of you guys roll a d4. Sybil, could you roll me a d4, please?
Me again?
Yeah, you again.
2.
A 2. Okay. Okay, everybody, you guys, as Lou kind of swipes at that membrane, you see it flaps up, and then the flesh of the walls around you all kind of tremble, and you see the mouths. Let me go to the mouths on these pillars here open up, and this loud piercing scream, as the sound of 1,000 basically innocents, or not innocents necessarily, but the damned. It screams of the damned coming forth from this portal through. And I'm going to need a wisdom save from everybody. Or no, sorry, this is a con save for this. Constitution save.
Goodness me.
Got a 16.
Okay, you're
15.
okay.
And Muffalo rolled the same thing, but his is a little higher than a 16.
I think this is where I use my point of inspiration. I rolled in that one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, use it. Use it.
You might want to use that.
Didn't last long.
I also
Woo!
rolled a
It's
15.
up to you.
Okay,
Okay.
that was worth it. That was a Nat Kraken with 6, so that's 26.
You got a natural 20?
Awesome.
Okay, I'm going to say you don't take any damage from this. Those who got under a 15, did anyone get under a 15? No? Okay, so you're all just going to take half damage. So you all take 6 points of psychic damage, or force damage, force damage for this. As just the force of this, I have something else that I wanted to do psychic damage. I was trying to mix it up a bit. So you just hear this force of these screams, and it kind of like pops your eardrums. And some of you were able to kind of cover fast enough. Your reflexes were strong enough, or just your endurance was able to withstand this. But others, it hurt a little bit more. You all managed to kind of withstand it a fair degree. So they'll just take that much force damage. What did I say? 6 points? 6 points.
Yep.
As that occurs. And then that leads us to...
already half?
That is the half. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it was 12, so that is the half. Yeah. And Fudge, it is your turn, sir. You are currently being grappled by this big beefy guy with chains for arms, or chains for hands on one hand.
How bad does he look? I know he
They're
took
both.
some big hits.
He looks pretty hurt. He seems to be kind of oozing this sort of like really dark red, thick, like it's almost like syrupy blood that's coming from these wounds on him.
Mm-hmm.
But so he looks pretty worse for wear. Not on death's door, but he definitely, you can see some significant damage.
Okay. So on his turn, Fudge's little amulet symbol to his goddess kind of lights up, and he's going to cast Searing Smite.
And you are going to take, at the start of your turn, the chains kind of tighten. I forgot this happens at the start of your turn. The chains kind of tighten and slice a bit, and you take 4 points of piercing damage.
Cool.
Okay,
Getting
continue.
worse for wear. And so he is going to then attack with his spear. Gonna try to jam it up in this douchebag's face.
Okay.
Let's here. That is a 21?
That hits?
21, 22? Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, so he's gonna take.
Is your
So this
spear
is-
magical?
Yeah, it's a special weapon. I mean, I don't think the damage is necessarily it's still piercing, but there is magical properties to his
Good to know.
thing. So first bit of damage that happens here, because I casted Searing Smite, so I'm gonna roll these separately. He takes 11 points of piercing, and then we'll take 5 points of fire damage, and
You notice it immediately that the fire just sort of like it's like trying to mix oil and water. It just doesn't touch his skin. It just almost just kisses it and comes off.
cool. Well, either way, this is still in effect.
Mm.
At the start of its turns, the target must make a Constitution saving throw. Otherwise, this non-damage is doing non-damage to it.
Okay. It's just fire damage that happens to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attack again.
Do it. And welcome, Raiders! Dalamar 2000. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining us.
That's probably not gonna hit.
What is it?
Well, it's only gonna be a 10, but I'm just debating if I wanted to use inspiration on this or not. Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspirational point.
Okay.
We're gonna try to take this
We're
guy down.
using that inspiration early.
I don't know. I might roll really well the rest of the game and never
Yeah.
use it. So here's my moment. Yeah, okay, that's another 22 to hit now.
Nice. Yeah, that hits.
And that's another 10 points of piercing.
Got it.
And Muffalo, since I used my bonus action, Muffalo is just taking the dodge action right now.
Okay. So he's looking as you are piercing him with your spear. You seem to be hitting some vital points as you see more of this blood kind of gushing out. And he seems to be, you feel the chains around you loosen a bit as he's starting to weaken. You gather he's quite worse for wear at the moment. Give me a I don't think it matters because you are. Oh, yeah. Give me a wisdom saving throw real quick.
That's just a 7.
Okay. This is my bad. I forgot an aspect of this creature because that's what I do. But probably you should have been making those attacks at disadvantage, but that's okay. What's done is done, so I'm going to move on from that. But if he does survive to the next turn, those attacks are going to be at disadvantage as you are frightened of him. Okay?
Oh, I have advantage against anything frightened, so I can...
Oh, okay. Go roll
I
wisdom
can
save
roll
again.
another.
Maybe it will be a moot point.
That is now an 18.
Okay, then it didn't matter. All that happened then, because that would have happened at the beginning. This bugger is gonna chomp on Muffalo.
Roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
Dodgy.
Because he's dodging.
Mm-hmm.
With the nat 1, that's not gonna happen. So he
Hell yeah.
goes, I count, and Muffalo just kind of like lifts his paw up out of his way.
Just shoves him.
This one will move.
Fudge gets 8 temp HP.
That is good. He
And
needs it.
Muffalo gets 10. Sorry, next that. I didn't put up my Century yet.
Oh, okay. No worries.
It's my Aura of Vitality, not my Century. I have to look back at the text.
The flying red feathered figure dives down. So she's hovering within 5 feet. She's about 5 feet above the air, and takes her sword and makes some attacks on Sybil. Starts slashing down with this sort of like wicked grin on her face. Let me help you cut that out. And let's see. Does mathing. Oh, that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Does, but I'm gonna go ahead and use a reaction to cast shield and get myself a 25 AC.
Smart. And that lasts for the rest of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's gonna miss. She takes as the magic kind of flares around you, the figure almost kind of hisses back and takes her sword for another slice. 26, no joke,
Okay,
to hit.
that's fair.
She rolled really well that time. So that one's gonna go through, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and roll for her third slash, as she's going to be focused on you at the moment for this round. That is a 25 to hit.
Well, that meets, so that means she
Yeah.
hits.
Yeah, 'cause she rolled
real well.
She rolled one down from that time.
Yep.
She rolled really well. She's got quite a good plus to her attack for their sword. It's her main thing.
That's fair.
So luckily she's only doing this one-handed. The moment. So that's going to be 8 points slashing.
Okay.
And for the first hit. And 6 points slashing for the second hit. And then I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, can't be it. I know there's something else coming. I actually rolled pretty good on that one. The con would be 17.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, it doesn't say you take half if you pass it. So you managed to, you feel like there was a pulse of something that was trying to get into your system, but you think you might have resistance against being poisoned anyway, don't you?
Oh yeah, and I have advantage.
So you would be
against
able
it,
to
too.
roll. You would be able to roll advantage on that, but either way, you passed.
Yeah.
But you gather that you were about to be poisoned with that attack. And she kind of gets frustrated and grips the sword with both hands, and kind of will. Yeah, no, she'll stay in place for now. Denna and her partner, Denna, they kind of look around and they notice the people kind of in the cages, and she looks around at the battlefield and kind of looks over at Kieran and goes, "What you want me to do?"
Can I actually respond?
Yeah,
It's not
go
my
ahead.
turn.
I'll let you.
Can you open those cages?
I could try. And she's going to rush over there. She's going to indicate left or right, because there's cages on either side. You see Anita is specifically on the right-hand side.
Then I would say right, because
Okay.
I know Anita's a combatant.
Right. So she's going to use her bonus action to dash, and she'll be able to get over to the cages, and she sees where the cat is kind of pawing and picks up that hint and goes over to that one first, and is going to use her action to try and unlock the first cage as directed by Kieran. Okay. She rolled really well on her sleight of hand. And you see her kind of like take these this lockpicks out, and she kind of uses both her hands and her mouth because it's a pretty complicated lock. So she's got pieces in all three, and she kind of like tilts her head and messes with it, kind of gets a finger in there a little bit. Oh, it's just real tricky. Oh, click. And she does manage to unlock it, and it kind of, she takes off the lock and kind of tries to push it open, but they're pretty heavy. But you see that she's gotten it unlocked and is starting to kind of open that cage. However, the figures in there are kind of still in their catatonic state at the moment. But she seems to be successful at the task you gave her. She can't do anything with her duplicate. I think it's a bonus action to move it, I believe. She appears within 30 feet of you. Yeah, so she's already used her bonus action to move, so that's it. The illusion is just going to stay right where it is. I'm going to mark actual, just so I remember who actual Denna is. I'm going to mark her with the little blue dot. Yeah, that works. Okay. That's it for her turn. We're on to Seth.
Well, this feels like an appropriate time to let my bones start to break and flesh start to tear and stretch as I change into my shifted jackal form.
Nice.
And that will give me 8 temporary HP. And while in this form, no creature within 30 feet of me can make an attack on me with advantage.
Okay.
Utilizing that, we're going to go in here.
So say that one more time. Sorry, I was looking at something. They can't...
Yeah, if they're within 30 feet of me,
Mm-hmm.
they cannot roll advantage on an attack against me.
Okay.
We're going to go in there right next to Muffalo there, and I think we're going to focus on these mouth things. I don't want us to get overwhelmed by lesser creatures at the moment, so we will turn to the one right in front of me and make an attack on it using Baba Yaga's staff pestle thing. Not great, but it might be enough. 16 to hit.
16 is going to hit. I just realized I need to add these guys. They're going to come in at initiative 0.
Okay, we don't need them to go. They can stay right up there.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be 7 bludgeoning damage from the staff itself, and then an additional 8 radiant damage from my spirit shroud.
Okay, so that was how much? Sorry, say it one more time. The piercing
7 bludgeoning.
or 7 bludgeoning, and then
8 radiant.
8 radiant. Thank you. Are you using a magical weapon?
Yeah, it is the Baba Yaga's pestle.
The
turned into
pestle, yeah,
quarterstaff form.
definitely 100% magical. Yeah, no problem.
Totally not a magical weapon at all.
Yeah, no, it's just stone.
No, it's just an elaborate like cauldron stirrer.
And because the creature took damage from my spirit shroud, it is incapable of regenerating HP until the start of my next turn.
That would matter if it was still alive. That was just you got it within a point of its health. So
Perfect.
So yeah, as you take the staff and kind of attack it, you see the magic kind of flare up and able to just squash this thing essentially. So he is no more.
Okay. And I have no more actions left, but the 3 enemies that are within the range of my spirit shroud, because they're starting their turn within it, their movement speed will be reduced by 10.
Okay. Movement speed. So any of the ones near you, their movement speed is reduced by 10?
Yep. If they're within 10 feet of
Within 10
me
feet of you.
when they start their turn, they get reduced by 10.
Feet reduced. Lots of notes for you. That's great.
What warlocks excel at?
Yep.
Making DMs take notes.
Making
I'm
DMs
sorry.
take notes.
I'm sorry, I forgot to roll it on my turn, but I lost concentration on Hex. I didn't make my con
Oh,
save.
okay, let me add that note. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Well remembered.
Definitely lost concentration.
Got it. Very good turn. All right, Kieran.
I'm going to
Yep.
spend an action to turn on my Twilight Sanctuary.
Okay.
So now everything that's in this radius is under my effect of Sanctuary and Aura Vitality. I'm going to use my bonus action to heal myself so I stay above half hit points. Since I'm basically in healbot mode at the moment. Okay. So that was not great. We're gonna take a sip. And remove. I don't know where everyone is at the moment, so I am just gonna stay where I am since there's pretty much a decent sized wall of bodies between me and anything dangerous.
Okay. That's true. Did some well-timed heals up. That brings us to our new figures that are joining, with the strange kind of moving beards, spiked beards on their faces. So they are all going to move forward. Let me see. They do need to take a path down, so.
Do they come
Once it came
before?
through the portal?
Do they come
Thought they were
before
in mission
Crystal?
zero.
Yeah, weren't we on that or no? Oh no, it's
Yep.
you. Did I skip you? How did I skip you?
No.
Oh, I
it's,
had.
the
I
chain
did
guy.
add them. I
It's-
thought that I did add them to the initiative, but they should be on
Yeah, they're in
initiative 0 because that makes more sense. So, yeah.
Wasn't it
Oh,
chain
you
guy's
just-
turn?
So Crystal.
You
No, no,
delete- you-
no,
no,
you
no, you
just-
deleted chain guy.
You delete chain
Oh,
guy.
did I? Oh, it was his
Yeah,
turn.
he was.
That was.
He was a.
Yeah.
Their
it was his
tokens.
turn.
That's my fault for making the tokens look too similar. So that's on me and my bad eyes, apparently. Okay, so he was initiative
I mean,
9.
you can skip
Okay.
chain guy. That's fine. You can just stand there and take a beating.
Why does he have...
Yeah.
He looks... That doesn't look like
Yeah.
him. I'm clicking on him and I click add and then it doesn't do him.
He showed up at bomb as 0 now.
Yeah, he's at 0.
Yeah,
And then
he
the
also
bearded
looks like
guys are
he's.
suddenly
Oh
at-
no, somebody else is at 16.
No, you have
There we
two
go.
You have two
Now,
of him now.
okay, now I see him. Okay. There we go.
And you got rid of your bearded guys.
Jesus. Okay. There we go. We good now.
There you go.
Sorry. Yes, you're good now.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. No need to apologize. I appreciate you guys helping me with my horrible mistake there. Big battle escape. Weird. Okay. So chain guy is going right now then. Get my other paper here. So on his turn, he is he's going to reach his chain out to Sybil because you're right in front of him. So let me roll for that attack. Let's see, he is... That is going to be a 19.
Nope.
Nice. Because your shield's still at paw.
Just my regular armor class is 20.
Okay.
But yes, shield is still up.
Yep.
Because it lasts for a round.
That frustrated him. He is going to... He sees your shield still up and how much trouble his general had with you. So he's going to go ahead and try to chain Seth. Doesn't really care
chain
about the
reach
animal.
Oh, he will.
Yeah,
Or
it
Bob
will.
Hoffman.
It's got a range of 10 feet, so she's within range.
Nice.
That will be 24 to hit.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's almost 10 more than he needed.
Right, yeah. He rolled well that time. So that is going to be... So this chain, he kind of tries to attack Sybil, and the shield kind of blocks it, and he kind of snarls a little bit, grips Fudge a little tighter, looks over at Seth, approaching, getting kind of close to underneath his general, and he whips the chain, so the general's kind of the flying figure is flying just about 5 feet above, like at his head length, essentially, so he whips the chain under her, and tries to wrap it around, or does wrap it around Seth, because on the hit, target is grappled. But you can escape it with a DC, with a roll at the end of your turn. Yep. I did that a little weird with Fudge first time around, because I thought he would have to roll to see if he's grappled, but it actually says just if it hits, you grappled.
Yeah. Grapple.
So that would be 9 points of slashing damage. So not too bad right now. And that's his attacks. You are... Just keep in mind that on your turn, you can attempt to, get out of the grapple if you choose.
I just barely maintain concentration on Spirit Shroud.
Got it. So that's it for him, leading us to Crystal.
Okay, so I realize the chain guy's causing a lot of trouble, but I also see that Seth went and took out one of the sort of the extras, and I kind of was thinking the same way. So I'm going to target this one,
okay,
and I will attack it. So that is a 9 plus 6 is 15.
That hits.
Okay, and that would be oh, nice. 10 plus 3, that's 13 damage on my first hit.
Nice.
And she's going to pull back and fire again with the Widow.
All right.
And that's going to be a 13 and 6 would be 19.
Nice.
So
That
I
hits?
guess that would be a hit
For
as
sure.
well. And I shouldn't have put that 12 down. Okay. And that's a 7 and 3. That's another 10 damage.
Very good. 23 points of damage total going towards this thing. It looks real messed up. It's still hanging on. It's like it's one of its kind of jaws are kind of like unhinged a little bit, and so it can't quite snap down as hard as it once could, but it's still pretty gnarly. Kind of one of its little legs has been shot off. So it's looking pretty bad. Those were some good hits on it. Anything else from any movement or anything from Crystal?
I think at this point she's in a good place. She's just going to stay put.
Alrighty. Sybil,
Yes.
it is your turn.
You said the guy that's got the chains is not looking super great.
Yeah, he looks pretty bloodied. He's got some parts of his like infernal flesh have been sort of torn open and kind of flopping around. He looks pretty bad.
Much as I want to go after the general because they're in range, I'm more go after the chain guy some more because he's causing problems.
Okay.
That is going to be 28 to hit.
That hits. What are you trying to hit him with?
My longsword.
Okay. Is it magical?
It is.
Okay.
That's a not bad. 13 slashing damage.
Alrighty. 1 second. Okay. So
Isn't that the Vala sword?
You kind of added her stuff to my longsword.
yeah, it's her
So,
sword, but
you can't-
she's got stuff added to it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
With your
It got an oomph.
Yeah, it's got this glowing green on it now. Which I momentarily forgot about in the course of keeping track of everything in this battle. So that's why I asked. But you take that and it kind of that green glow flares up again, almost like a fire around the blade, and you cut and slice his head clean off, and the chains go slack around the other two.
Awesome. I'm going to redirect my second attack then up at the general.
Okay.
Because they're in range, and I have another attack. Oh, and before I do, I do want to place Hexblade's Curse upon her.
Okay.
To a creature I can see within 30 feet, curse it for 1 minute until the target dies, I die, or I am incapacitated. Against the cursed target, I get a +3 bonus damage roll, and I score a critical on a 19 or a 20. And I'm going to go ahead and use my point of inspiration to reroll that attack because I don't like the number it came up with the first time.
Okay.
And that actually happened to be a 19. Which is a crit against her right now.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, roll.
So that's going to be, come on, D8, don't screw me over. Really.
Oh,
That's
hold
10.
on. So what is the total of the hit?
28.
Well, it's a crit, so I guess yeah, that wouldn't matter. That would still hit her even if I did a thing. So yeah, continue.
Okay. That's gonna be 13 total slashing damage.
Got it.
Oh, and I will dump another divine smite into that.
Yeah,
That's
do
the
it.
thing I was looking for. Just have to find it on here because I always lose where I have it. There it is. If I remember correct, this is considered a fiend.
Yes.
I will drop a second level.
Nice.
Um,
Good call. It's the time for it, for sure.
Yep. I just have to add up the number of times I have to roll this dice. Where'd it go? I just had it. Come on. Sorry.
No worries.
There it is. 2d8, 3d8, so 4d8.
Nice. Yeah, you kind of slice the head off this lieutenant and just in almost the same fluid movement, just switch the blade around, slicing upwards towards the general, surprising her with your speed.
3 and 4. Ooh, that was really good rolls. 24 radiant on that.
Okay. And this is sort of a different glow. So the green, and then it like flashes with this. What would you say your more paladin abilities color would be? Like a white or?
Yeah, kind of a white.
Yeah. So then
I'd
it
give a
kind
whitish
of,
silver look.
yeah, goes all white and silver flash with that moment. And what was that number again? It was
24 radiant.
24 radiant. Plus. That is 37 points of damage with
In
one
total,
hit.
yep.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
That is amazing.
fortunately I rolled 1 in those damage dice, but only 1.
That is amazing. Very nice. Anything else from you? Movements?
No, that is all I can do.
Alrighty. That'll bring us to... Oh, what were the... I deleted these little dudes off. Oh, no, wait. There he is. Okay, cool. There's still one left. Is he still on the tracker? Did they get deleted? Did I delete these guys off the tracker by accident?
No. They're the top.
No, the little maw.
No,
the
the
guys.
mouth guys. I don't
Yeah.
see him.
Because I deleted the icon that was them. Because he died. That one died. That was my
temp
mistake.
HP for
How many?
8.
8. Thank you.
Trying to remember what their initiative was. I want to say they were after.
Were
They
they
were-
I think they were after
after
Fudge.
Fudge?
They were up pretty high. Yeah.
I think they had a straight 8.
Yeah, they
I
went.
remember.
I think they went before. Yeah.
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 I think they were right
I
after.
remember we
me.
had an 18, 12,
Yeah.
18, and then
Okay.
something else. So
That's important. So, okay. So now these guys are all going to move. So. Yep, he can get right there. He can get
damn, they got some movement.
there. Well, they're dashing.
Okay, fair.
Essentially about that far.
Squares are bigger than they were the last time.
Hmm?
So the squares are bigger than they were the last time, which gives an illusion of it being.
Yeah, because
looks
otherwise
smaller
this
than it
map
is.
would not have been very visually appealing for the audience. So I was like, I had
Yeah.
to kind of adjust it so that it still looked sort of like natural, like it would make sense, but also we could see where everybody is without squinting
Yeah.
and having to move the map around a ton. So, there we go. And that's it for them because all they can do is they use their movement, their action to dash, so that they are in place.
I'm like, do they fly or are they
Are they ground or? in
they
the air?
ground or do
They're
they
on
fly?
the ground. They don't fly.
Okay, all right.
They're just They're just running, and they're carrying like these large glaives in their hands. One thing I keep forgetting to do. I need to do it before. Let's see. It wouldn't have mattered because nobody moved. No, it doesn't matter because he's dead now, so I don't care anymore. But it wouldn't have mattered because everyone's pretty much in the same positions that they were before. Seth would have been the only one potentially impacted, but it's fine. All right, that's it for them.
And then we killed him. So.
And then you killed him. And so the lair is going to go off. Fudge, give me a D4.
Two.
2.
Stupid D4s.
Same thing essentially
Mhm.
happens again. So everybody give me a con save.
Got another 15.
17.
I failed.
23.
11.
Ouch.
So did Muffalo.
Okay. So, those who got under 15 are going to take full damage. Those who got 15 or over will take half damage. Lucky. Okay. Very lucky. 13 points of force damage, halved for those who made the save.
Say that's lucky.
Thank God for temp HP.
Those are the rolls.
So, I'm sorry, so it was 13?
Yep.
So it'd be 6 then, right?
Mhm.
Thank you.
As the mouths of these pillars, where's my roll 20 again? As the mouths on the pillars all open up and you hear these screams of the damned chorusing through once more. And Fudge, that's your turn.
Just so people know, Fudge is looking pretty rough. He's gonna, taking all of this, change his tactics a little bit.
Yeah, there's like 4 of these big burly dudes holding these giant glaives with these like sharp bladed beards whipping around, just charging right for you.
If Fudge could look back at his own beard and be like, "That's a real beard," but he can't see his beard just by looking at himself, obviously. So he's gonna just turn around and stab that douchebag right in the face. That's directly behind him.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
he can't move from this spot. He wants to be productive. That is going to be a 25.
Oh yeah, definitely hits.
And
I believe your spear is magical, if I recall correctly.
it is magical, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a special spear. That is 8 points of damage. And then he's going to attack again.
Okay. Let me give these guys some color codings. You are now green, bearded devil.
He hit for 20. Math is hard for me right now. 21.
That hits.
Yeah. And he will do. Let's roll another dice. Let's see what this one will give me. Right, either another 8 points of piercing damage.
Got it.
And can Muffalo reach the flying woman?
Yeah, she's flying just 5 feet above, so he could kind of stand up on his haunches and take a swipe.
Could he try to like grapple her and pull her down to the ground?
Yeah, he can try. He can try to kind of get a grip on her and yank her down. For sure.
Okay, let's
So that'll be contested against her strength or athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah. Here, where is Buffalo stats? So I've got it. Okay. Ooh, okay, so he rolled a 25.
Yeah, that gets her.
Nice.
So
yeah,
go ahead.
just reaches up and digs his claws in, not enough to damage her, but just pulls her down to the ground, and it's just got her pinned in this area. not to the like. I don't think you can say she's on the ground prone, but just at least pulled down.
He's kind of
Cool.
got his claws in her. He's gripping her, and this like
Mhm.
this owl bear hug.
Owl bear hug.
Yeah. And her wings are kind of flapping, trying to get out, like flapping her with her strength. And you can see that Muffalo is straining. Like, it is hard to hold on to her. She is very strong, but he's doing it. I'm not sure how long he could hold it though. All right. Anything else? I think that's it, right?
No, that's it for me. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So she's currently grappled by Muffalo.
That is 2 5s, so that is 11 points of temp HD for Fudge and Muffalo.
Total for both of us.
Yeah, I rolled a 5 on both my d6s.
Nice.
Oh, okay. So I get 11 and he gets 11.
Yeah.
Cool. That is helpful.
Okay, let me see if we have more of these critters joining the battle. We will roll. What do I want to roll for that? Okay, on a 5 or a 6, we're gonna get a few more of these maw guys climbing out of this blood pool. Okay, no maw guys climb out of the blood pool with a 2.
Nice.
So it's just this one that's going to be doing anything at the moment. You see the pool kind of bubble a little bit, but you don't notice anything else. Nom nom nom. Nope. As the maw thing, I don't think an 8 is going to hit you, Seth. So
It will not.
you see it kind of like this one's pretty messed up. So it's like it goes to get its teeth around your boot, or are you on fur right now, or are you a fur in a boot?
The boots are kind of in shreds.
Got it. So, yeah, it gets trying to get around your ankle, but its jaw has been dislocated, so it can't quite get past your natural armor of your hide there, and you just see it kind of just nomming at you uselessly. Which brings us to the flying figure's turn. She's not happy to see her lieutenant go down. And so her eyes kind of flash red, and she's going to make 3 more attacks on Sybil for taking out her lieutenant. She is still within range of Sybil, even though she is grappled. She can still make attacks. She just can't move currently.
Yeah. Correct.
So yeah, she's gonna use her actions to attack. She's not gonna. She just kind of. She looks down in frustration and disgust at the bear, or the owlbear around her. But she's just too pissed off at Sybil right now, so that's gonna take her attention. First attack with her sword. It's gonna be a lot. 25 to hit. I'm rolling really high on these attacks from her. That was the same roll as one of the ones last time. So I'm guessing that hits. I think Gilly Tam stepped away, but we'll keep track of that. 1 hit.
Yeah. I'll track her stuff.
And then another one is she thinks she said her AC is naturally a 20, right? So that is going to be a 19. So that is going to miss. And the third hit is also going to miss. So one of these does go through. And she's using 2 hands this time. That was pretty low. So that's just going to be 8 points of slashing damage, and she'll have to make a save for poison damage when she comes back. Oh, there you are. So the flying figure got pissed at you and took some swings. Only one went through. Based on your AC of 20, and she only beat that once. So you take 8 points of slashing damage, And I'm going to need a con save from you, which you roll with advantage because this is a poison effect.
Okay. Con save of a dirty 20.
Okay, that saves. So you do not have to deal with the nastiness that could happen there. Yep. You are the perfect person for her to be focusing on. She is pissed at.
You mean the paladin's doing their job and taking the damage?
The paladin is doing their job and taking the worst of it, because I'm telling you that poison is pretty nasty. So that's all 3 of her attacks, so she can't do anything else about getting out of the restraint because that would take an action to do so. So that brings us to Denna, who kind of looks back towards Kieran and Crystal and goes, "They're just standing there. I don't know what do you want me to do now? I got it open, but they're just standing there. Hello?" One of you can answer her if you like.
She's gonna. Who had the bag of souls last?
That's Seth.
Is it like visible on your tattered person, or?
It is not. That is tucked away safely.
Crap. I don't want to yell that we have the bag of souls, because as far as I know, she doesn't know that we have the bag of souls. Are there any?
No, Denna knows, but the enemies don't know.
I'm talking about the enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know.
Yeah.
Are there any more cages on that side?
Yeah, there are 2 more closed cages.
She's gonna say, "Just start killing these guys until we can sort them out."
All right. She's going to move forward a bit. Yeah, she'll do that. Okay. Sorry, Denna planning. Okay, so she sends her duplicate up with a bonus action. And is going to cast a spell through her duplicate. You see this sort of like black energy come off of the fingertips of this duplicate, whose eyes go full black, and kind of grabs one of these bearded figures. That is... What does she need to do for that? It's touch. Action. It's attack. Okay. Use this big dice for her. Oh. Sad. That's not gonna hit. That's not gonna hit, Denna. Why are you failing me? That's only a 10. So you see a spell kind of go forth, and the bearded figure kind of like whips his beard, kind of whips her hand away before the spell can fully go off, and the duplicate kind of goes just for flavor. It doesn't actually take the damage, but you see that she wasn't able to get through. And Denna kind of curses in place. All right. Movement. She is all about saving her own skin, so she's gonna hide behind this thing here and let her duplicate take any damage that happens. So that will lead us to Seth.
Well, we're gonna try to put this sad little maw creature out of its misery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does a 15 hit?
It does. They don't have
okay.
as good of armor.
Sad little maw creature.
All teeth, no armor.
What are you using to attack it?
I'm using the quarterstaff /
Got
pestle.
it. Just
again.
checking.
But yeah, that's fair. That is not very good damage. What is my... Okay. Oh, That's gonna be 4 bludgeoning and 3 radiant.
Got it. And we'll take a break here shortly, guys. At the top of the round, we'll take a break. Noted damage. Got it. Yeah, it is barely hanging on. You see, it's super messed up. Its jaw is almost completely off at this point. It's lost. It's now trying to just scoot along on only 2 arms of its like 6, and it's a very sad looking, almost deflated creature with it's only got like 1 blinking eye left of its many eyes. It's just this sad little squishy thing on the ground. Still
damage roll.
trying to nom on you.
Seth gets 12 temp HP.
Well, I am gonna move, so that may, because that happens at the end of my turn, right?
Oh, okay. So if you're still in my sphere, then you'll get 12 temp HP.
Yeah, I think I should be. I was hoping this maw creature would, die, so it doesn't get an opportunity attack, but it didn't, so it will. I'll start just by moving there, and it can take its attack if it wants to.
It does. It wants to nom. This is just sad. It's just I don't know how this little thing did this, but it just nat 20'd. I don't know how. I don't know how. This sad little lump. It was kind of already around your ankle, so as you kind of tried to move quickly away from it, it managed to just, its muscles just convulsed, and its jaw tightened around you like a bear trap as you were moving, and just kind of teared into you a little bit as with that nat 20. I'm just laughing because it's got like very few hit points. It's like less than 5 hit points left. And it's trying its best. So that'd be a 24 to hit total. For mechanics purposes. Oh, almost max damage on that. That's 26 points of piercing damage.
Jesus.
What the
That
fuck? What?
I'm glad I have this D6 of regeneration each round. Otherwise, I'd probably be down at this point. But I am still up.
And then you take that temp HP.
Doesn't have me grappled or anything, right?
No, it doesn't do that.
Okay.
It just.
So I'll finish my movement to there.
Okay.
And then that's the end of my turn.
Got it. Kieran.
And that is in my sphere, so you do get
Perfect.
Jesus Christ. Too many mobs.
The poor healer's like, ah! Doing amazing, though. You're a heal machine.
Was this guy hit last round?
Which one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that
Yeah,
one
I
was
hit
hit. Fudge did get a hit on that.
All right. So, all right, I'm gonna take a risk. Because she's grappled. I don't want to expose this hole. So I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on the one that Fudge hit.
Okay.
It's got to give me a DC 15 wisdom save.
All right. Natural 1. It's a fail.
Yes.
Pull the Dead is great when it can go off.
I know. Oh my God. It's like... Oh my God. That was great. That was 1 point from max damage. That is 23 points of damage.
Ooh, that is beautiful.
Nice.
You love
Nice,
to
nice,
see
nice.
it.
It's
Dang.
it is necrotic. There's nothing I can do about that. That's just what the nature of the damage is. So
It's fine.
It has resistances.
It's fine.
And then as an action, as a bonus action, I'm going to burn a 2nd level spell slot and cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay, let me
And
bring up
have
your
it
token.
And I'm going to have it appear next to Fudge.
Oops, sorry, people who are seeing my token page
Sometimes I
on the
show off my
screen.
token page.
Okay, there's your spiritual weapon. Let's go ahead and size her up. Let me make sure you have control. Yes, you do. Okay, so go ahead and move that wherever you wanted it to appear.
Does a 16 hit these bearded guys?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll take it. I was figuring that was going to be a miss. So it's going to be 8. 4. Okay, so and that's going to be an additional 8 points of force damage.
Got it. Wow, that's a lot of damage that round. Coming from you. Wow.
And then I'm going to move. Let's see. Right there.
Okay. Crystal, human shield.
It's like, well, I know that's not a real thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're familiar with that spell.
Yeah, if I move any more, then I lose Seth in the spell.
Mm-hmm.
So. Figure if I'm not gonna heal, I need to maximize some damage and plug some holes in the battlefield. So.
There you go. Nice.
Okay, that's gonna be 10 points back for me, and that's all she can do.
Okay, this guy is dead, so I'm just gonna take him off of the initiative. Crystal.
Okay, so this little guy's oopsie-daisy, sorry about that. This little guy here, I am going to attack him.
Yeah, he's currently nomming on a piece of Seth's flesh that it managed to pull off.
Good.
Oh, that's going to be a miss. 9.
That is miss. Yes.
He's getting so flat, he's hard to hit.
Yeah, he's just so flat on the ground.
Okay, that's a 23.
Yeah. I think your minimum. Can you at least do 3 points of damage?
Yeah, I think we got him here. So I've got a 6 and a 3 is a 9.
Yeah, he done.
Okay, so he's done.
You just kind of like tired of this fucking thing. Like pop. And he just kind of goes splat.
Okay, and then I'm hoping that Kieran is not counting on me as any kind of shield thing here. And her weapon is not I can shoot through her weapon, right?
Yeah. I would say sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spiritual weapon, it doesn't intercede anything. It's literally just like an essence.
Okay, I am actually just going to move over. Oh, oopsie daisy. I'm just going to actually move there at this time.
Alrighty.
It just gives me a clearer shot at the next group.
Got it.
Okay, that's my turn.
Sybil.
If you don't have more than 9, you get 9 temp HP.
I don't have that. I will take those.
We're just gonna keep attacking this general. She hovers. Or is grappled. She's grappled, right?
Currently, yes.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is grappled, not restrained.
Correct.
Yeah.
She just can't get anywhere right now. She's stuck where
Yeah,
she's at.
that's just
but
the one that makes the movement 0.
yeah,
right?
there's no other advantages to that.
Yeah.
I didn't
was
want
just
her to
making sure I
fly
had
away.
those-
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. It's a good call.
Mm-hmm.
The
She didn't
first
get
one's
away.
going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
She is going to take her sword and parry that. So it misses.
Okay.
It's an ability she has as a reaction.
So if we use a reaction. The next one's gonna be a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Just gonna do. That's only gonna be 7 slashing.
Got it.
Because that die wants to roll minimum. I'm done with you. You've done it 3 times to me now. Getting a different D8.
Alrighty.
And then for my bonus action, is there anything I want to do here? That takes Channel Divinity, which I've used up. So that says that. And no, that's it.
Okay. As you're attacking her, you see, she kind of closes her eyes for a moment and then opens them and looks pointedly at the bearded guys behind. And they kind of look at her and do a bit of a nod. And this one's going to move. Let's see. Where does this one want to go? Go here. I don't think the duplicate gets attacks of opportunity. Do they? Try to remember. Let me look.
The spiritual weapon doesn't, because I have to command it on my turn.
Yeah, I want to say that I'm just going to call that the duplicate does not unless someone finds out that they do.
Oh.
I don't believe they do. I'm not going to take the time to look right now. But if someone finds that out, let me know.
Real fast, the journal should have taken another 3 points of damage. I forgot to add my extra damage onto it.
Got it.
Sorry.
No worries. That one will stay. These two.
Hey, Azrin, did Sybil get any temp HP? Okay. Not the end of my turn? Damn.
Can only get that far. Okay. As they are being commanded, making smarter choices, potentially. The one next to Kieran is going to go ahead and make some attacks. The first, its beard kind of whips around trying to get you. That is a 16 to hit.
Sorry, who's that going to?
You're muted. Kieran? I think it's a miss.
Kieran.
No, 16 hits. That's
16
amazing.
hits. Okay. So we'll do that first. That's 9 points of piercing damage, and then I need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so I maintain concentration, and I rolled a dirty 20 for a Constitution save.
Okay. So that is fine. It's going to make its second attack. So the beard kind of goes and slices into you a bit. And you
What was the
feel...
damage for the beard?
You got that already. I said, oh, you need it again? It was piercing damage. It was... What did I say?
At 9, I think.
9?
9.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay.
But that's it so far. Its second attack, it makes with its glaive. So as the beard whips out and grabs you, then it takes a swing with its muscled arms down at you with this large glaive implement. That is definitely over a 16. That's going to be a dirty 20 to hit. And that will be... Oh, low damage. That's good. 5 points of slashing damage, and I need another con save.
Okay, I still maintain concentration.
Good.
Okay. And that's going to be a 16 total for the con save.
Okay. So you're fine on that.
I'm all set. Okay.
So not as bad as that could have been. Rolled low on damage. You guys are saving on those, so that's good. The other one is going to make an attack on Crystal. That is a 19 to hit.
Yep.
Oh, so wait, sorry. That is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
So.
And that's with his beard whips out towards you, and you take 6 points of piercing damage, and give me a con save.
That's 24.
Oh, that makes the save. Second hit, 14. Probably does not hit you.
That misses.
Okay, so as he goes in with the glaive, you manage to kind of use the widow, the metal, some of the metal parts of the widow, and kind of parry with it, evading that part of the attack. And the other two, one is going to make an attack on Seth.
So I took just 6 points of damage then out of that?
I believe so. That's what I believe that's what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Seth, that is going to be it's pretty low. 13, that misses, I imagine,
That
the beard.
bonus.
The glaive comes in on you, and same exact roll. So, bearded devils are not doing too hot. Last one, Fudge. Beard coming in on you. Rolled a fucking 2. It's not gonna make it.
Probably not.
The beard, you would somehow anticipate the beard's movements and use your
Yeah,
shield.
it's ugly ass beard. Yeah, I see it coming. Yeah.
I can imagine
Another
that's the sound
fucking
effect it made.
2. I rolled 2
I'll take it.
2s. So
Keep
yeah.
using that die. Keep using that die.
keep that
Eventually
up.
it'll get better. Just keep going.
So the beard and the glaive, just you're able to kind of use your shield deftly to block from those attacks. That's it for them. And I think that's the top of the order. So here we're going to take a quick break, give everyone a chance to refresh their drinks, use the restroom, stretch a little bit, and we'll be right back. So everybody hang tight. We'll be right back with the rest of this battle. Ba-ba-ba.
sometimes it's
Hi
easier to have one.
guys, welcome back. We're live again. We're back in the battle. I need to change the music because this is too mellow. But back to our hellish music. Oh, I didn't show this off yet, but I wore my this is a Diablo shirt. Thought it was appropriate, you know. All right. How to get into the devil essence here. So lair action. I need a D4. Let's do Crystal. Give us that D4 this time.
You're not going to believe this, but it's another 2.
Ah, so boring.
Sorry.
There's so much more interesting things that could happen.
This is what happens when you let us roll.
I'm so sad. I know. They all do secret rolls now. No, just kidding. Okay, so again, con save, please. As the mouths open and the screams of the damned
Whoa!
call
Another
out once
nat
more.
kraken.
Very nice. So take half.
I'll balance you out with a natural 1.
Ouch.
You're going to make me take half this time, huh?
Fudge and Muffalo failed.
With a natural kraken, no. We'll say you take no damage. I did that last time,
Okay.
so. Crystal's just really, she's got like those, like, because she shoots a gun all the time, she has like she's already like desensitized her ears. Part of her hearing might be gone by now. Who knows?
Well, Rosa had a fabulous idea that Crystal would have like ear things, and we did some looking on the internet, and there are fabulous steampunk sort of like earring kind of ear protections, and I can totally see Crystal having those.
Oh yeah, okay, that fits. That could be as to why
Like
she's
they're
doing
like,
so good
like
with that.
earrings, kind of, sort of. They're really. I'll post an image somewhere.
And they kind of
I don't
like
know how to post in chat, but I can post it.
it kind of like, we could say it kind of adjusts, things a little bit for you. That's very cool. Okay, I like that flavor
And then if
wise.
she ever fails one, it got dislodged and she just has to put it back in a little better.
Yeah, I like that. Very awesome. Steampunk earpiece. I am here for it. So if anyone got below a 15, you are going to be taking the full damage of this. Anyone who saved will take half. Okay. So it's 15 points of force damage.
Ouch.
From the screams of the damned. And Fudge, it's your turn.
One moment. So for my action, would you allow Muffalo to pull her down into a prone position since he has her grappled? Or does he need to do an action to do that?
And that would take an action.
Yeah, let's give it a go. I'd like to.
I
I'd
think
like to
it's
pull her down.
essentially, if I remember correctly for the rules for that, once you have them grappled, it's essentially like another contested check to get them proned.
Sure. Yeah. Strength-based check for him.
Okay. There'll also be strength for her as she flaps her wings out.
I'm gonna ask: did the hex move to her after Chain Guy died?
I lost concentration before he died.
She lost it. Yeah, a bit ago.
Sorry.
Yeah, she lost it a little while ago. Otherwise, yeah, I would be making these checks at disadvantage for sure. So well remembered on that. But yeah, she unfortunately failed that check.
I've cursed her with something else, so I can't now hex her.
That's an 18 strength saving, like athletics check from her.
It's a 17 for him. So
okay, so she beat it by 1.
But that's just to clarify. That's just for him pulling her down, like she's still grappled, right?
Yeah, She's
Okay.
still grappled. She just resisted. She's flapping her wings back and is resisting being
Okay.
pulled down further.
Cool. Well, that's my bonus action. My regular action is Fudge is looking like he's on death's door, just so everybody knows. And he's going to attack the stupid bearded douchebag right next to him. Yeah. That's not great. A 12.
That's gonna miss.
Is it? Make sure that's right. Got 12. And for his second attack, that is a 24.
That hits. Roll damage.
Yeah.
And this one's looking pretty bad in front of you. He's got a lot of wounds, specifically from you.
It's the maximum amount of damage I can do on one attack, which is 12 piercing.
Very nice. That... Okay, and kind of like the blood is like going down across your eyes, and you feel the strain of the wounds that you've taken. You feel beaten down, but you just like deep within you find this resolve and kind of stab upwards up into the chest and out the other side, and you see it kind of like cry out and then go limp.
Oh, nice. If it's dead, then I want to move 5. I'm going to move behind her.
Okay. You're kind of below and behind, but yeah.
I gotta be that guy. Sorry, but they are using glaives. You would provoke an attack opportunity.
Yep, that's true. Let me
No,
see.
you remain within 10 feet the entire time.
No, yeah, he's
Yeah,
still
I do.
within 10 feet. He hasn't changed. He hasn't gotten out of the range, so he's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it
Yeah.
is a 10 feet
Oh, okay. 'Cause
range.
Yeah,
yeah.
he moved.
Right, yep. Sorry.
Yeah, he's okay.
I wasn't sure if he.
I appreciate you looking out, though.
Yes.
Okay. That's it for Fudge.
Yep.
So Fudge gets 10 HP, and Muffalo gets 9 if they don't have more.
Cool.
Okay. On a 5 or a 6, more maws come out of the blood pool. Here we go. How many maws come out? 2.
Oh, you need to switch to the battle map.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Take his little X off of him. Change his color. As 2 more maws crawl out of this blood ooze pool.
Gross.
That will be their turn, though. Was their whole action was essentially pulling themselves out and appearing. I'll be somewhat nice there. Her turn. She is going to use her action to try to break this grapple. So contested check here.
Cool.
That means no attacks.
Yeah.
She's kind of tired of this situation.
My floor rolled a 13.
And that is going to be in... That is a 15 for her.
Well, she
Strength.
gets out.
So she breaks out of the grapple, and she's going to fly straight up. She's going to go...
Opportunity attacks?
Yeah. Go ahead and do opportunity attacks. That can come
Times
from...
4.
Yeah, all of you guys pretty much can try. She doesn't care if she wants to get out of this.
Mess her up.
Ow.
Muffalo
Smoke if you
misses.
got 'em.
Damn it.
Well, I will be smoking it because that was another 19 on the die, which is my crit range for her specifically.
She's gonna parry that.
It's total of 28, 19 on the die for a crit.
Oh, okay, that's a 19 on the die. Okay.
Yep.
She cannot parry that, so she will not do
And
that.
we're gonna drop another divine smite. My last divine smite.
Yeah, do it. What did the rest of you guys get?
Fudge rolled a 25, and Muffalo missed hard.
Okay.
And Seth rolled a 21.
Okay, she is going to parry Ceph's.
I was going to dump 3 more charges into that.
Sorry.
9 piercing from Fudge.
Got it. Sybil's mathing. Calculus flying through her brain. It's just little calculus symbols connecting math equations. More equations. If I add the divine smite.
Alright, that's 19 slashing.
Okay.
And 36 radiant.
Oh,
Did you
damn!
double
I
it
actually
this
remembered to
time?
double the die this time. Like, unlike last time, my last crit, I forgot to double the die on my divine smite.
Oh
So,
shit! It would have been even
Yeah.
worse that time. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, this was maybe not. This was not the best idea for her. That is painful, but she's still up. And she's gonna fly straight up. The ceiling. This is a pretty high ceiling to this room, so she's going to go up 60 feet.
Oh, she has a high. Oh, that's a long fly speed. Hey.
Yeah, her fly speed is 60. That's her max.
Nice. Glad we got all those
she's
hits
got-
in while she was flying.
Big angel wings. Yeah, well, she got cocky. You made her have to strategize a little bit better. So yeah, she flies straight up 60 feet. That's it for her. She's already used her action and her reaction. She can't do anything else right now. See her eyes kind of dart across the battlefield, connecting with some of the others around her. That's about it. Denna is going to move over. Does she? Let's see how brave Denna is feeling right now in the moment. So I'm gonna do a Denna bravery check.
Very brave.
Let's see.
She better not climb this up.
She is not feeling terribly brave, so she's going to continue to try to act through her duplicate.
Yeah, she was all talk, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
She just has
Big old
she
leader,
has
just all talk.
very specific priorities, namely saving her own skin.
Climbing it up.
Doesn't make good for a good leader.
Poor Clem. Clem did nothing wrong.
No, we're dogging on Clem.
No, I think you mean Clem did nothing.
That's
Yes.
All right. So the duplicate's going to move up, and she's going to kind of reach down and touch this maw that just has come out and do an attack. Seriously? She's clumming it up. I rolled another 2. And I used a different dice. Literally all Denna's rolled is in 2s. Or no, wait, that was
That's
a different
good.
card. That was another monster that I rolled. Sorry. Never mind. Denna's she just failed on this particular one. But she failed last time too. Same spell. So there goes all those. Well, apart from
Sneaky
one.
suspension, Jenna was added just to like hinder the party.
Mm-hmm. Denna and her whole group.
She's
Yeah.
trying in her way. She's trying. Anita probably would have been more useful, but
We'll trade her.
he sent her away. All right, so that is all that Denna can do. She can use her, she used her bonus action to move her duplicate, and then she acted through her duplicate to cast a spell. Unfortunately, it didn't work, so that's it for her.
But she did end her turn in my sphere, so she gets 11 temp HP.
Okay, let me note that for her. She has been taking damage from these lair effects, so that will be helpful. You said 10 temp?
11.
11? Okay. That's better than what she had last time. She had temp HP, and yeah, she was starting to not look so great. Sorry, doing a little bit of maintenance on her real quick. Okay. Seth.
Well, Seth is not looking too great either. Her HP is being chipped down to dangerous levels. So I think it's time to change up our tactics a little bit. I'm going to stow the quarterstaff as a free action. And then all of the golden scarabs that are flittering around me as my spirit shroud, they all kind of swirl around and land back on me. A significant portion of them skittering their way back into the lacerations in my flesh that they crawled out of. But a few of them are going to crawl down my arms, and as they do, they kind of liquefy into this liquid gold that runs down to the clawed fingertips of my jackal hands. And now I have shifted my concentration away from Spirit Shroud and onto Vampiric Touch.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a swipe at this bearded devil with my gold-clad claws.
And real quick, as a point of maintenance, the thing that reduces someone's speed by 10 feet, is that just their walking speed, or does that include flying as well?
I should double check that. Let's see. In addition, any creature of your choice that you can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of you has its speed reduced by 10. So just speed overall.
Okay, so she's 50 feet above you guys.
And with the shift in my concentration, that is no longer active because that was part of my spirit shroud.
Got it. But it would have been active during her movement, so
yeah,
that's fair. But I will mark it off now that that's no longer active.
Okay.
Is the 30 feet away from you thing where you get no advantage on you, is that still active, or was that a part of your spirit shroud?
That's part of my shifted form.
Got it. Continue.
So that's going to be a 23 to hit on the bearded guy.
That hits.
Oh, that is 1 away from max damage on that. So that's going to be 17 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
I am going to absorb half of that as health.
Nice. You're like, it's time to use this.
Yeah. And that will be it for Seth.
Fudge shaking his head over how unnatural it is, and yet hurting bad over over there.
He might not even notice at this point. He's like bleeding out of everywhere.
That's true.
5 for Seth, so that's 11 temp HP.
Ooh, very nice. Thank you.
All right, Kieran.
All right, this sucks. All right, I need to not fucking die. All right, bonus action. I'm going to do Aura Vitality on Fudge. That's a good one. That's 10 HP from Aura Vitality.
Nice.
And
It's welcome.
and I am going to let's see, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna burn a second level spell slot, and I'm going to cure wounds on myself. Because I am way too low. Well, that'll have to do. So 7, so that's 14. A little bit higher, but it puts me over half, so I got a deal. And I'm not gonna risk moving because I don't need this thing attacking me. Actually, if I move out of his sphere, actually, no, because I am within 10 feet of that guy, so I can't move away from him. All right, so I'm staying where I am.
Okay. Crystal.
Okay. Just looking at what would be best course of action here.
So you do have 2 figures in kind of near you. However, you also know you've got the best range of everyone in the party, and there is a flying figure above you.
That's exactly. I'm just typing like mad in our Discord channel here. Okay, so yeah, well, like when she flew up 60 feet, she just gave me a clear shot. So I am absolutely going after her.
Okay.
And I'm going to use 1 grit point to. Okay, I am going to do just a second here. I want to get this right. I'm going to use the Deadeye shot, which gives me advantage.
Okay.
On my roll.
Very nice.
So. First attack. Oh, geez, that's not going to be good. The best of that is going to be a 15.
Unfortunately, that does not. She's wearing full plated, like.
Yep. Okay.
Black. It's like leather armor and then plates on top of that. She's pretty well armored.
Okay, I am going to do the same thing on my second shot. Expending another grit point to give myself advantage.
Got it.
With a Deadeye shot.
Yeah, spend them.
Gonna get a nat 20 right here. I can feel it.
No, I'm hoping. No, and I don't believe it. Another, I miss both shots.
Got it.
No.
But I do have my
action surge. You want to do your action surge? Go for it.
So I'm going to do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the nat 20 right here.
Yes, it is. It's a Kraken.
Oh, really?
And
oh,
dang. You get a grit point back.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So I get a grit point back, and I get to double my damage, right?
Whoa. Yeah, double the dice damage and then add the modifier. Very nice.
Okay. So that is going to be craptastic damage. So that's going to be 2 and 2 is 4 and 3 is 7 damage only on that first shot. And then my action surge gives me a second shot.
Okay. So 7 damage from the crit? That's it? That doesn't sound right. That does not sound right.
She rolled a 2.
Really? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a 2 on my D12.
Sorry, hun. Okay.
Yeah, me too. So, and that's also a miss. It's only a 13, so no. So
Got
only
it.
one hit for a damage of 7.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, she's flapping, and I'm nervous, and
You've got 2 figures surrounding you too. And she's a moving target. It's difficult. These are difficult shots. But you know
yeah.
that you're one of the
but,
only people that could get there. So.
But what's happened when I actually had the chance this time to hold the barrel of the widow up at a different angle, I realized that there's this line of little spiders forming along the barrel of the rifle, and
Yes, little silver spiders.
and of course the widow is covered in sort of a spiderweb design, and I'm thinking that perhaps somehow that they're representing every one of the creatures that I've killed.
Nice.
Cool.
Like it.
You really want to get another spider on there. You're waiting for another
I
one.
want a big spider on there.
Yeah, you a nice big spider on there.
Like they're sort of different sizes too.
Very cool.
12 temp HP if you don't have more, which you probably
I don't, thank you. I need that.
Alrighty. So that brings us to Sybil.
Well, thing I was using for target practice flew away. I don't have range. So I'm just gonna take a step down, and I'm gonna attack this thing that's been down here. So yeah, let's take 2 shots at that guy. For a 21 to hit.
Okay, that does hit. Color code him.
12 slashing on that one.
Got it.
And then the second attack is, I rolled the same thing again, another 21 to hit.
That hits.
Really? Why did I start using you again? You're the bad die. So that's going to be 7 slashing.
Got it.
That was the one that rolls a 1 of my damage all the time. Not okay.
How'd you sneak back
away.
into my hand, Dice? Get out of here.
Right?
Nice. Yeah, he's looking a little bit rough.
only 8 temp HP if you don't have more.
Take it. Did I have anything more bonus action real fast? No, I did not. Okay, yeah.
All right, Beardy McBeardysons. I'm just gonna roll all of their attacks at once and see what hits. For all 4 of the first ones. Yep. So we'll do.
There's only 3 of them now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Let me put this one away. So that will be this guy's hit. Yeah, gold is that one. Silver dice will be blue. Pink dice will be the red. Okay.
Surprised the dots don't correspond with the color dice you're using.
Well, I'm attempting to, but I only took out a few, select dice, and I set them up like these are the dice for this guy. These are the,
Yeah.
Anyway, but I'm switching it up and doing all these attacks. So the orange dot on Seth is going to be a 16 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, so that one hits. Just kind of going down the row. The blue one on Crystal is going to be an 18 to hit.
It hits.
So those
I'm
two
gonna
hit.
attack Crystal.
And then the red one on Kieran is a miss. So we got 2 hits and a miss.
I was hoping it'd redirect its attack at me.
Did you have your thing up for it?
No. I was just hoping.
Yeah, no, it's been given. You don't know this, but
Orders.
Yeah,
I assumed.
it's got orders. She is a general. So that is 7 points of piercing from the beard to Seth. and give me a Constitution saving throw, and that will be 4 points of piercing to Crystal from the beard, and also need a
4?
Constitution saving throw. Yeah, 4 points.
I got a dirty 20 on the
Okay,
con save.
you're fine. And
Dirty 20 on my con save as
all right,
well.
you're both fine. No poison affects you. And now for the glaive attacks on all 3 of you.
And Azrin, how many hit points had I regained? Temp? 12, did you say?
I think it was 12.
14 to hit with the glaive on Seth. I'm guessing that misses.
Barely a miss.
Okay. That is going to be 22 to hit Crystal.
That hits.
And a natural 1 to hit Karen. So Karen is able to get... She's just kind of like... able to be a little bit dodgy there. So we got one hit on Crystal for the glaive. So that is going to be that. So that is just 7 points of slashing damage and another con save.
That one's a 22.
You guys are doing great on these con saves, and it's really good that you are, because the points of damage is not fun on these
I was about
things.
to say, Crystal's a great person to have to make those con saves, being a fighter.
Yeah, you guys are doing good.
I could just hit something now. It would be great.
So just the slashing damage that I gave you. All right, and that's it for them. They're gonna hold position. And that brings us to the top with lair action. So who has not rolled for lair? Fudge? Did you roll?
Oh, I've rolled. I rolled
Okay.
a 2 like everyone else.
HP Fox
Seth.
and Azrin.
Seth will roll this time.
Hoping if I stayed quiet, everyone would just forget I was here.
Anything
That's
but
what
a
I was-
2.
That's what I was
please.
doing.
Just roll a 2 again.
No, that's been hurting me. I don't want that one.
Well, let's see what a 4 gets us.
A 4.
Aw.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
It's something different, so I'm excited
As long
about
as it
that.
doesn't make me hit Seth, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, please don't do that again.
Yeah.
yeah.
That was so bad.
I always hate those.
So the eye in the door kind of blinks and opens up even wider and kind of glows. I have the wrathful daughter is going to attack. And I'm going to need wisdom saves from everybody. Sorry, Fudge.
Maybe.
That's a fail from Fudge because I can't fucking pass any saves. And it's a 15 for Muffalo.
Okay, Muffalo makes the save. 15 is the DC. Anyone else get below a 15?
19.
16.
Dirty 20.
Okay, so you guys will take half. Fudge will be taking full of this psychic damage coming towards you guys. Where's the dice I need? There it is. Ooh. Okay, that's good. 21 points of psychic damage, halved if you saved.
Uh-oh. Wow.
And Fudge, what was on the die for you?
What do you mean what was on the
What
die?
did you roll for your save again?
The total was 5, and you rolled a 2 on the dice. So
The total was 5?
it was a 5 or 6. It was pretty low.
Okay, so if you got a 5 or lower, you are also stunned on the save. So you'll take full damage and you're stunned.
Okay.
That's
Karen
rough.
lost concentration on her aura vitality.
Okay,
But Twilight Sanctuary is still up. That's not concentration.
thank you. Anyone else concentrating on anything at the time?
Yeah, I rolled a 21 on my concentration check,
Excellent.
though.
Okay. Fudge, are you still up?
Barely, but I am.
Okay, but you are stunned. If you got a 5, if you rolled higher than, because it was 5.
It was I rolled a 2 or a 3 on the dice. I don't remember because I re-rolled the same dice for Buffalo. So
Okay.
I really don't. It's up to you.
Flip a coin.
Yeah. All right. We'll do that.
I just remember it was low.
Okay.
It wasn't a 1.
1 or 2, you're stunned. 3 or 4, you're fine. You are stunned. It was a 1. We'll figure on that. So on your turn, you are stunned. So Muffalo can act though.
Mm-hmm. Buffalo. How bad does Seth look right now?
A little bit better than she did 6 seconds ago. She seems to be in a state where she's slowly getting better.
Gotcha. And what about how does Kieran look?
She looks hurt.
Okay, we're gonna do this. Muffalo is gonna go 5, 10, 15, 5, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, he's just gonna charge through to this other creature, and he's gonna do his charge attack
Nice. Do
on the
it.
one next to
Get him.
Kieran. Hopefully this works. That is not gonna work. Gosh dang it.
What'd you get?
It's single digits. It's not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then it's gonna miss.
It's like an 8.
Yeah, it's gonna miss, unfortunately. But he's over there. He's in the area. He's ready to go. That leads us to Maz.
Oof, that was bad. 7 for Fudge and 11 for Muffalo.
Maz are dumb and haven't necessarily received very good orders, so...
How much was that for Muffalo?
Muffalo got 11.
11.
He got the better of the 2 die.
That's fine.
They are going to attack the nearest enemies. So this one's going to attack the duplicate, which I don't think takes any... Does the duplicate take damage? Wait, the duplicate might take damage. Let me look it up. It's been a while since I played a trickster cleric. Let's see here. HP. Let's see. Losing yourself lasts for 1 minute or until you lose concentration. Oh, she would have needed to. Let me roll a few concentrations. She passed. Duplicate's gone. She lost it on that last lair action. And yeah, Denna is definitely going to have to heal herself this next turn. But that temp HP helped a lot. She's barely hanging on. Let's see here. Alright, since that target's not there, he's going to be dumb and attack the spiritual weapon because it doesn't know any better. Spiritual weapon doesn't take any damage, so the maw is just distracted and trying to nom on this thing.
If it has any intelligence, it'll know it's not a corporeal thing when it tries to attack it.
Okay, so it'll waste its attack this turn, but then it will realize, oh, okay. This is not good nomming.
It's like a dog trying to catch a bubble.
Yep.
Oh,
That's exactly what it is.
That is the perfect analogy.
Yeah, that's great.
yeah, it is.
The
So
perfect analogy for attacking a spiritual weapon.
it wastes it. This one is going to attack Fudge, who is stunned, so I think I get advantage on this attack, I want to say.
Yeah, you do.
Yep.
Okay. Not a crit, so that's good. But it does hit. Because I rolled an 18 and a 19 on the die. Ooh, really low damage. Lowest I could possibly do. Oh, wait, no. That's 2d8. So 8 points of piercing damage to Fudge.
Still standing.
Nice.
Yeah.
As the maw
Barely.
goes, nom, 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 nom. And Fudge is unable to react to that. The winged figure kind of assesses, takes a moment, takes some heavy breaths, and assesses the situation and glares down at Kieran, noticing that people should have been down by now, sensing that kind of disgusting holiness from her. She's going to take 2 shots from her longbow, or 3 shots from her longbow at Kieran.
But I'm attacking these guys. Like, I'm not doing nothing.
She is smart. That's cocked. Okay. This isn't going to be pretty.
You rolled 20 on me.
It's not a crit, but I rolled very high. Let's see. The lowest is 23.
Yeah, those are all hit.
So all of these hit. As she takes her longbow and strings it with 3 arrows and just
And just say bullshit. Just like fucking uber mensch evil thing.
go ahead and give me 3 Constitution saving throws while I do the piercing damage.
Uh, 16, 16, 17.
Okay. You do not take any poison damage. However, you do take 26 points of piercing damage. You still
And
up? You're down. Okay.
Now with 26 points of damage, I'm down.
All right. Kieran is down. And she kind of, you hear this sort of like, this smirking laughter coming from up above. That's better. Now we can actually clean up. And she kind of goes and starts to take aim. See, her next target is going to be back on Sybil because she's still pissed off at her. So she kind of goes and aims down at Sybil. Seth, it is your turn.
Well, I don't have a whole lot that I can do to help Kieran at the moment. I mean, I suppose I could run over there and spare the dying, but I don't really want the opportunity attacks that would be coming my way after doing that. So I think we're going to try to start by stealing some more of this bearded devil's life and making it my own.
Okay.
Oh, it was on the 20 for just a moment, and then it rolled over to the 10. But that will be still a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And that will be 12 points of necrotic damage.
Got it?
And I regain half of that. And I will stay put, but kind of keep like half an eye on Kieran. If things look like they're going real south for her, that'll change my tactics on future turns.
Got it. Kieran, give me a death saving throw.
Don't pull a me.
13.
13? Okay, first save.
It's a good start. It's a good start.
Crystal, Kieran is fallen in front of you. You're surrounded by bad guys. Muffalo is there to provide an assist. You can feel Sybil at your back. And you know there's that flying figure that just took down Kieran extremely fast.
Okay, I am extremely unhappy, so I am going to attack the general.
Okay.
So that is a 17.
That misses, unfortunately. She's got very good armor.
Okay.
Just miss.
I am going to expend my remaining grit point again, which I got back, and I am going to do my Deadeye shot, which would give me a roll with advantage.
Got it.
Okay. So the first roll was a 14, so that would be a dirty 20, and then the second one was 19, so that's 6, so that's a 25. So
both hit.
Actually, so I take the higher on advantage.
Oh, sorry.
So that,
that was 25, correct?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, she tries to parry, but your shot goes right through.
Okay, and the damage on
bullets
that
are
is
too
going
fast.
to be a 12. So 15 damage,
Very nice.
max damage.
All right.
And I'll look down to Kieran and I'll say, "That one's for you, Kieran."
Give me an insight, a free insight check.
Insight. Oh boy. Well, all right. Oh, that is a 21.
Okay. Since you've seen your friend fall and in this kind of dire situation and moment, I'm going to say you regain your action surge. So you're welcome to use it, but you have to use it now.
Okay, absolutely.
Just the drama of the moment is giving you sort of an additional adrenaline surge.
Alrighty, so that is a 19.
That hits.
And that is another 12, so another 15 damage.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Finally making up for all the bad rolls. And then the second half of that is a no, that's going to be a miss. That's only a 15.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna miss.
Yeah. Okay.
She's looking really rough as she wasn't anticipating you to be able to get off to those kind of shots so quickly. She attempts to parry and misses in that first one, and wasn't even expecting another shot. She didn't even try to parry that last one. And yeah, she's looking extremely rough. You see that there's a lot of points in her body where she's just bleeding profusely and is looking very unhappy about it and kind of darting around the battlefield trying to reassess. She wasn't anticipating taking that much damage that time. Sybil, it is your turn.
So I'm gonna go ahead and move here, which invokes a attack opportunity if this guy wants it.
Yeah, he does. He gonna do it, and he gonna miss real bad. Real bad.
I'm gonna drop 15 points of lay on hands into Kieran.
Kieran, you're back up.
So you get 15 points of healing.
We need that.
Yeah. What do I have for bonus actions? I don't have any of those left. Nope, I have nothing. So that's my turn.
Got it. Beardy dudes. Okay. Kieran, you are missed. Seth, I believe, is a miss as well with I think that's a 15. Let me double check. Yeah, 15 does not hit you. If I remember
it
correctly.
does, yeah.
Oh, it does hit you?
Yeah, my AC is 15.
Got it. Okay, so that's a hit. And then a natural 20 on Crystal, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a crit.
That is a crit.
Oh, that's not
Damn
good.
it.
This is the beard attacks. So we'll resolve Seth's hit first. That is going to be 9 points of piercing damage. Give me a con save.
21 on the con save.
Okay, no poison. On Crystal, that is going to be... Luckily, I rolled very low on the die here, so that's only going to be 6 points of piercing damage, and give me a con save.
In total?
Yeah, I rolled stupid low on his damage die, so...
Hey, you know what?
Fair's
It's
fair.
a trade-off. Yeah.
Yep.
I've had lots of... Oh, so that would be a con save, did you say?
Yeah, con save.
So that's 18.
You're fine. So not as bad as it could have been.
No, not
And
even close.
but it does swing down with its glaive now. On all three of you. Crystal again. Kieran again with a miss. It's rolling
Thank
very,
God.
very low. Miss all around, actually. All three of these hits miss. They all were below a 5.
They're getting freaked out. The general's looking hurt.
Yeah,
Getting in their heads.
it is getting in their heads, a little unnerving for them to see such a powerful figure like her taking some shots. So that's it for them. Fudge, you are no longer stunned.
Cool. Fudge is gonna look straight up at that bitch and be like, "You bitch!" And he's gonna pull out his javelin, and with disadvantage because she's 50 feet up, anyways, he's gonna try to chuck it up.
Nice, do it.
Do it, Fudge. Do it.
Come on, with disadvantage, we can do this. Ain't no
Pin her
stopping
to
us.
the
Two
ceiling.
nat 20s on these dice. Okay, well, no, it's a 12 for the lowest one.
Okay. So that's a miss.
Hit. Fudge is like, yeah, I'm not done yet, you bitch. As that one kind of ricochets off of wherever. He pulls out his spear, his lovingly Fudge's Fury spear, and he kisses it with all the gore on it.
Give
me,
me,
don't care
give me a religion roll.
Religion roll.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fudge don't know much about religion, but he's going to do it anyways.
Or nature. I'll take religion or nature.
It doesn't matter. I rolled a 2, so
Oh, okay.
it would be an 8 total on nature.
Roll
Those
it
twos
with
tonight.
advantage. Go ahead and roll it with advantage. This is a big battle.
Big dice, stop being a piece of shit. Come on. It's a little better. 14 for nature.
Apparently, you gotta talk shit to it.
Okay.
Which we're all good.
So you feel, you give it a kiss and you kind of like hold a moment, and you feel like Mieliki is kind of speaking through you for the moment, trying to give you a little boost, as you're fighting against these unnatural creatures.
Ain't natural.
Yeah. Not as good as that roll could have been, but this will grant you advantage on that last attack roll, so you can roll again to try to hit.
Okay, so wait, re-roll my previous attack or for this attack?
For
the previous one?
The previous one, you can, because you missed on the first attack.
Yeah.
And then this is your second attack, right? That you missed on
Oh.
again?
No, I haven't rolled my second attack yet.
Oh, okay.
You had me roll the nature, and then
Oh, okay.
you gave me
yeah, re-roll that first attack then.
Oh, okay. Do you want me just to re-roll the attack since I'm getting
She granted
advantage,
you advantage, so just one more roll for this first attack, as if you
Okay,
had
there we
advantage on it.
Okay, that dice went into the fucking oblivion, so I'm gonna roll this other one. It rolled straight off my desk.
On
So
forever.
I don't know where it went. It's been being bad anyway, so we're gonna just do this one.
It's like I'm
Cat will find
outside.
it.
Okay, so this is a lot better. This one stayed on the desk. That is a 22 to hit.
A
Rolled a
22 does hit. However, it is going to use its resistance to block that.
That's fine. I
But
got
you
one
saw
more.
you saw sort of the spear go, and it was like gonna veer off, and then this very natural energy and these vines appeared on the javelin and directed it towards her. But unfortunately, she's very quick and took her sword and just ching. Oh no, wait, she can't.
Okay.
Hold on,
She
no,
can't.
that does hit. She can't. It's only melee attacks that she could do that with. So never mind. Mieliki grabs hold of it with the vines, and it goes right into her. Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll damage.
Okay, here we go.
Because I
Come on,
forgot
javelin.
it's specifically melee weapons. not ranged.
Max damage 12, piercing.
Ooh, this could be it.
Very nice.
This could be it, guys.
Come on, Fudge! Come on, Fudge!
I'm mathing because it's very close. All right. Fudge, how do you want to do this?
Oh,
Yes!
fuck yes.
I love this!
So yeah, after
Oh,
he
that's
kisses his
fabulous.
spear, and he just chucks it, and I just want it to like I'm sure she got like kind of a breastplate. I just want it to like kind of go up underneath, like into her like sternum, and then like just her head kind of goes up, and the top of the spear just kind of pops out the top of her throat, out of her mouth.
Yes.
And then I just want her to go limp and fall straight down. And then when she's down there, he's just gonna be like spit on her and kick her a little bit.
Yes. Yes. I love it.
And he looks pretty exhausted and about ready to fall to the floor. So
And she kind of like like she's got really sharp nails. As she falls, she's crumpled to the ground. She kind of like with her last bit of breath tries to grip onto your leg and just says, "Is it over?"
for you, yes. I'll just stab her with something. I don't know.
That's fine. I'll allow it. You
I'll
have
take
another
Seth's
attack.
hands. Seth's still got the golden claws. I just grab them and slash her face with it.
You do have a second attack. Do you want to do that towards the mall?
This.
Yeah, no, I will definitely do another. I'll do an attack on the mall for
Okay.
sure.
Go for it.
Oh, I don't roll with. Here we go. All right, that's the one that rolled off. No, this is the one that stayed on the desk. We'll roll it again. Not bad. That is an 18.
That hits.
Awesome. And that's 11 points of piercing.
2 yellow. Okay, got it.
And then Muffalo, I want him to attack the bearded. If shit's still here, I want him to attack the bearded douchebag.
So yeah, interestingly enough, you were distracted by like you took her out, turned to the mall, and then you look up to give direction to Muffalo, and you notice that the bearded figures have vanished.
Oh, awesome! So the mouther dudes are still here.
The mouther dudes are still here, but these creatures that these devils that she summoned from the portal, for some like you gather that they weren't fully here, and so that their corporealness has dissipated with the death of that figure.
Muffalo looks pretty worse for wear too. He's bleeding from everywhere. And he is going to charge over to the mouther next to me and do his charge attack, hopefully. So 5, yeah, easily there in a straight line to it. And he's going to attack this mouther.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Awesome. And he's finally doing something this round besides grappling something. Where's his damage at? So I will need, if it lives, it'll need to make a strength saving throw
Okay.
or be knocked prone. So it takes 7 points of, I believe, slashing damage.
Got it.
And yeah, it needs to make a strength saving throw based on my spell save
fails.
DC. It's
I rolled
at
stupid
less than
low.
14.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's less than 10.
So it's so the mouther creature thingy, Muffalo just charges over, barrels down onto it, and then just drags it to the floor. So
it's kind
prone.
of already on the floor, but he like flips it over like a turtle.
Yeah.
It's kind of like and with that, I am going to say that it's fairly easy for you guys to mop up these guys that are left. So we're gonna go ahead and leave the initiative order. So you guys, you've done it. You've taken out the general, the lieutenant, and their kind of minions on the battlefield. I think it'd be fairly easy for you guys to take out these Maws together now that you are all up and moving. And you guys said like, oh, you realize we're only level blah blah blah. Like, see, you guys are fine. Just gives me a better sense of what you can handle, and I'm excited for the summer when I can torture you guys again.
You say we're fine, but most of us are hurting pretty bad.
And
Yeah,
I'm so happy about
I
it.
just keep getting better.
You keep getting better. I do
Um,
believe Crystal's not looking great. We know Fudge and Muffalo weren't looking great.
I will
I was almost
say,
half.
however, I am gonna ask you guys. We'll actually keep the initiative up for a moment because there are still the lair actions that could mess up your day. But there are no. We'll say that you mop up the Maws just for the sake of time right now. So those are mopped up. But you know that the room itself has been attacking you and everything still looks scary. So how do you guys want to try to solve that? I'll give each of you, we don't necessarily have to do this in initiative order, but each of you can choose like an action or something you want to try to do. And then after everyone tries something, potentially if something's not solved, the lair action will go off again. So who would like to go? Or do you want to just keep it in initiative order to keep it clean? I'm just saying if someone has an idea, we don't have to go in initiative order. Someone can just go. We'll do that. Just go, whoever has an idea.
Okay, quick question. The eye on the door, how high up is that?
That is about 15 feet up.
Okay, so that would not be within my reach for anything then at this point. So I will defer to other people to do things. This is not my area of expertise. While I go deal with the people in the cages and try and fit their soul shards back into them.
Okay. Who do you start with? Who do you pick to start with?
The wizard that I really wish was on our team for this fight.
Okay, so you go to Anita. Go ahead and give me this is going to be with advantage because you've spent a little bit of time with Anita. You got a little bit of a sense of her aura, better than just someone who's essentially a stranger. You fought alongside her. So with advantage, give me like investigation or insight. You would get advantage if you use the goggles as well, but this is without the goggles.
I also just naturally have advantage on insight.
Oh, okay.
I'm using for this anyway, so
right.
That will be a 23.
Okay, yeah, you find her gem, and we'll say you're able to socket it in, and she kind of blinks awake and just kind of takes a moment to take in what's going on. Although you could tell that she doesn't feel completely lost. Like maybe her being a little bit more magically in tune, she's able to. And her connection with her familiar still intact. She doesn't look completely lost. She's just like breathing and trying to figure out what she wants to do. But
so while the rest of the group is figuring out our next steps, I'll just be kind of off to the side explaining to her everything that we've gone through.
Okay. And she kind of nods and says, like, I've been aware the whole time. And that we need to do something about that. And she kind of points at the eye. That is a portal and it needs to close. There's symbols on the steps, something with that.
So I will relay that to the rest of the group. Maybe one of the more intelligent people than me can figure that out.
This is outside of my realm of expertise, but I have a feeling it's not outside of Vala's.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go a little bit of help here.
All right, give me a persuasion check or insight.
Or take the persuasion. I'm really good at persuasion. Persuasion.
And you can roll with advantage because you just killed an enemy of hers, so she's feeling. You feel waves of pleasure coming off of her right now.
With the advantage, it's going to make that a 19.
Okay. And she You kind of look inside and you see that image of her, and she's no longer lounging on the chair. She's kind of sitting on it, and she's just like sitting up and just grinning and seems very pleased with herself. And she kind of stands up and walks sort of to the foreground of your mind. And you see an image flash of these like bloody symbols in your mind, and she kind of points at like 3 of them. She goes, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, destroy those. That should take care of it.
I'm more follow her instructions. I'm allowed to continue to do stuff.
And you also get the sense like, I'm very pleased. Thank you for you've quite the group. This is good. You should continue to work with them. We should it's unfortunate that this had to happen. But not the end. I think this is going to be a great partnership, you and I. And that's all you'll get from right now. But yeah, you feel free to relay that information so you know which symbols. So you guys can see there's bloody symbols on the floor here. And there were several that were pointed out to you here, here, and here.
Yeah, and I was pointing out to the group, you need to destroy those ones. As I'm assuming it's my turn to talk to her.
I'm gonna moonbeam right over these 2.
Nice. Okay. That's radiant damage, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So you moonbeam down in that area, and then we'll just say you move it over for the 3rd symbol as well. And you see the blood sizzling off and like searing in this like glowing white light from this moonbeam. And the stone itself starts to crack and bend. And then as the symbols start sort of, the blood is sizzling off and dissolving, you see the blood in the room and the flesh on the walls also start to sort of like sizzle and dissolve as if they're sort of being burned by this radiant energy, as the glowing from the stones, as it cracks, the walls on the around you crack, and everything kind of is just extremely bright, blindingly so for a moment, and you all shield your eyes. And then I'm going to take us off of this screen, back to player's cam, as they're going to theater of the mind from this part. And by the time your vision comes back to you, you're in a normal looking factory. And there's some large machinery that is dusty and dormant and looks like it hasn't been touched in a really long time. The walls are sturdy but intact, and the room is much smaller than it looked before. Still like a good-sized factory room. It's open. There's several kind of broken down machines and other conveyor belts and whatnot. Lots of gears kind of in a pile. The people that were imprisoned are kind of along the walls, leaning against these stone walls. Some are catatonic, but I imagine that Seth has been working at trying to get more of these crystals in, and so slowly they start coming to. But you gather that you've managed to stop whatever this hellish portal was, and it has ceased to be. There is a glowing purple marble that has fallen in the place where the door once was, and the 2 night hag heads are also remaining on the floor in that space. And there's like some remains, like remnants of the figures that you fought. You gather you could probably get some like materials from some of these bodies, as the bodies are still there of the chained one, some of the maws, and the flying figure The bodies are, they're messed up, but they're there if you guys wanted to attempt to collect anything for future sessions or anything.
Actually, that was something that I wanted to note. I'd like to collect, it doesn't really matter what, just a piece of the body of the winged woman. Because I will be able to do some nifty things with that and the mortar and pestle in the future.
Okay.
I would like to scoop up that purple marble.
All right.
How big would that purple marble be?
It's like about that big, if you guys can see. It fits in the palm of her hand. When you grab it, sort of like Sauron's eye, you know, when we touch the Palantir, you get this like flash of the hells, and this like demonic looking purple eye, and then it goes black, but you did get that flash, and you hear Vala inside of you goes, "Careful."
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap that in some sort of cloth and then place it in my bag. I don't want to get into wrong hands.
You also get the sense that in that flash, in that moment, because it was you and because you have her, it didn't hurt you and didn't impact you. She did something to shield you in that moment. And you could sense that she's sort of like gritting her teeth in that moment. She is weakened again. Give me an insight check on her weakened state.
Come on, die. Don't screw me over. 18.
Okay. You get a name. Brago Nim.
Nim.
How are you spelling that?
Bragonim. All right. So in terms of the winged figure, you're able to recover 4 of her feathers. The rest of her body's pretty tattered and it's hard. It seems like it's slowly disintegrating, but you're able to pull out 4 of the feathers before the body fully goes.
Perfect.
So these they're like deep scarlet red feathers. Anything else you guys would like to recover or take a look at any of the other bodies?
Fudge wants to look around at this, the survivors in here. Do we recognize any of them?
Yeah, many of them you do. Some of them are unfamiliar. You're guessing maybe refugees or just some villagers you never met, but you do see some familiar faces. You see the tavern keeper, Dax. You see the young lady that sold clothing on your first day here to Kieran and some of the others, and you see the banker that you guys interacted with earlier when you went to the bank. There's the older man who you thought seemed kind of foolish that they didn't keep people safe in the bank, but that guy. So yeah, a few familiar faces, and then a lot of faces of people you just either saw in passing or just didn't get a real good sense for. And I'm going to change the music because that's way too exciting for this moment.
It's an intense moment.
Yep, there we go.
So Crystal's going to say to the group, so is there anything here that we should be taking back to the collective that would be helpful to them other than the stories and things about what we've done?
Would Crystal be saying that out loud in front of all these witnesses?
No.
Not just us.
No, it would be very. Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
it would have to.
us
You
either.
couldn't do that. It would have to be super quiet.
I will say Denna has been going around kind of healing you guys. So she comes up and is touching each of you and casting cure wounds. Since we're towards the end here and nothing else is going to really fight you, this is just story. But she, just to note, Denna is close by. She's been going around touching each of you and kind of trying to heal you.
Well, 2 things then. One, Fudge does want to look around and see if that boy that that we charged with what's her face? If he's in
He
this room or
is.
not.
Yeah, he is. He's behind Anita and seems to be pretty adamant at staying by her side.
Sure. Okay. So then I also want to just look on uh the wing figure. Does she have like any symbols, anything like that we can pull off of her?
Not really. A lot of that has been disintegrated, but she leaves behind a sort of dust. If you'd like to collect some of that as a crafting material, you can try to do
Fudge
that.
isn't interested in that. So
Okay. Yeah, there's no
Fudge.
you see like there is actually a lot of symbols, but they're like carved as tattoos into her skin, and it's hard to make out because they're sizzling away.
That's fine. Fudge is gonna go over to the boy because he made some promises to that kid and didn't follow through with all of it till now. So
Okay. However, since you were collecting the feathers, if you would like to collect the dust, Seth, and you're interested in it, you can.
Yeah, if it seems like something that we can make use of in the future, I'll absolutely collect everything I can.
Yeah, you're able to collect 1 pound of devil dust. Because I did want to add a crafting feature to this, to Chimera Collective, so that'll be useful for a future game. So 1 pound of devil dust for Irenyes feathers, or she's an Irenyes. You would be able to find that out when you get back to the collective, so you can put that down.
Aranese.
I pronounce it the way I want to. Azran. I do what I want.
It's all
Aranese,
made up
sure.
words anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyone interested in anything else? There is the figure of the chained devil. There's the pool of blood has since kind of disappeared, but there is sort of like a puddle of blood that remains on the floor.
Kieran's only interest is she is going to ignite her mace and she is going to consecrate like as much of this building as she can.
Noted.
Before the effect wears off.
Okay.
Like she is just, shaking. She's just like with her is incense and her prayer beads, and she's just like in celestial, just slow walking the perimeter.
Okay.
Okay, so Seth is collecting things, right? So I'm going to say to Seth, is there anything we should be doing with them cag heads?
Probably destroying them. They're a little unsightly.
At that, Anita firebolts them both.
Oh, that solves that problem.
And Anita goes over to the chained devil and is kind of searching through that and pulls off a chain that's left before it disintegrates. She uses a special dagger to cut a piece off, and she sort of hands this over to Seth. This could be useful.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you can add chain of chained devil. And she starts collecting. She takes 3 vials out and starts doing something else to the chained devil, sort of like squeezing what's left before he fully disintegrates. And she's only able to get 2 filled, but she hands these over as well. Infernal poison could come in handy as well.
Certainly.
I'll keep. She did make a 3rd one, but she's keeping the 3rd one for herself. And she's going to go over to where that marble fell and look around. Who took the thing? There should be a thing left.
Yes, I have it.
Dangerous.
Yes, that's why I have it wrapped up in cloth and in the bag.
But if you ever needed to travel there, it's a piece of it.
I hope it never comes to that.
Teleportation and whatnot. So.
I think I'm good.
Sure. So you just can put, you have a piece of the hells. Should you guys ever decide to try to teleport there.
Any specific layer?
It is tied to the 6th layer.
It's funny. That's exactly why I wanted to collect a piece of that lady too, because grind that up in the mortar, and you can use that to teleport there as well.
Yeah, that's useful. So that's all the stuff you get off of that. You also find, on the Irenas, there's a bag of broken. You gotta. It's a bag that looks like something that the night hags were carrying. It's in a similar bag as to what the soul shards were in, but they're empty. So you find 2 intact. The rest have been broken throughout the battle, but you're able to find 2 intact, empty soul shards. So,
okay.
Seth, you can add that to your inventory as well, and divvy out that, stuff how you might want to, or you can add it to like a group inventory or whatnot. But that's that. So you consecrate the ground in this space, help reconnect the villagers with their crystals. Everyone's a little tired, but you manage to help guide them up out of this factory back to town. Excuse me. I don't even hear the music anymore. I don't know if anything is even playing.
I don't hear it either.
I think it all just pooped out on me. There we go. That works. So you guys all make it back up. Anita specifically asks, where's the book at? I wanted to look at that.
It's gone.
Gone where?
Vanished.
It's safe.
Yeah.
Safe
I
where?
wouldn't worry about it.
I am
Safe
going to worry about it.
It's not on this island anymore.
Okay, well, where can I find it?
We'll get back to you about that.
Okay. And she seems a little put out by it, but kind of nods and just kind of goes to sort of helping some of the villagers out with different things. You guys sort of take a moment to kind of rest and regroup, and the others, town folk that you rescued earlier, are a little bit more recovered, and they bring out some food and drink and offer lodging on the house to you guys. Everyone seems very pleased that, they're out of that situation. A lot of the villagers don't have very good memories of what happened. It's sort of like some of them have flashes and will kind of get this haunted look on their eyes for a moment and then kind of shake it off. You do learn that Anita remembered everything. She saw it through the eyes of her familiar. You notice that they start discovering that many people are still missing, and it's up to some people kind of remember a little bit of what might have happened, but they don't say anything. Do you guys explain what happened to these people, or what kind of information do you give the village about what happened to the people that they're missing?
Kieran's gonna tell whoever asked the truth.
Okay.
I mean,
the devils, all that shit.
Yeah, I feel like we would at least talk to the mayor.
Yeah, you're over here blaming the Eastern Darvastans, and your town was beset by unholy forces.
Mm-hmm.
Civilist vote would be to tell the mayor and let the mayor handle all the questions.
Okay.
That's her job.
All right. Do you hold anything back from the mayor?
No.
I don't.
I mean, about us, yes, but about the events that transpired, no. Like the whole thing of like us fighting the hags and then going and taking out the devil shit and then everything in between all that. Yeah.
Probably don't mention the unholy book that we shipped off.
No, that I'm not mentioning.
Yeah, I don't think we would mention the book.
And I don't think we'd probably mention that we had that eye thing either.
No. We'll keep that one to ourselves too.
Okay, got it. Denna also approaches you, and she's got several of her people that you guys rescued, and she comes up and shakes your hands, and she'll go up to Sybil and say, "Well, you've certainly proved yourself. Your group seem pretty good. I appreciate your help rescuing my mates.
We appreciate the help you had in it.
I tried. If you want to make a real difference, unfortunately our operations here have been a bit dismantled, but if you want to make a real difference, you'll want to head into this city, the main city. It's dangerous though, but if you make it in, look for the opera house. Ask for Lizana. Tell her Denna sent you.
Lasagna.
Lizana.
Lasagna, I got
Lasagna.
it.
Lecana. Lizana.
Sounds delicious. I would love some lasagna.
What the?
And when she says the city, she means Hope, right?
She means the big
City
city.
of Hope?
Big city of hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, finding her won't be hard, but the real challenge is entering the city. All the smugglers' paths that we used before from the outside were destroyed recently, and the magic that once defended the city is kind of run amok and is essentially a death sentence to approach from the surface. So you're going to have to find some sort of down below passages to get into the city, should you want to in the future. But if you get in there, seek out Lizana, and she will connect you with people that are going to make a real difference, if you hear me.
They don't cook lasagna at that camp. I'm really severely disappointed.
There better be a steaming pile of lasagna there.
I love
Otherwise-
lasagna, so yes.
I gotta ask, is Clem around?
Clem is around.
I'm gonna walk straight up to Clem. Gonna look him right in his half orcish eyes, and I'll be like, "Thanks for not fucking it up, Clem." Just gonna. If I was taller, I would like give him the old fist bump into the shoulder, but I'm just gonna do it right into his kneecap, and then I'll walk away.
He kind of tries to pat you on the shoulder awkwardly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It could be a budding relationship. Who knows?
I want to talk to the mayor
Okay.
and ask the mayor, I want to take over the orphanage. That's what I want.
The mayor nods, and you notice that Melody isn't around. She was not one of the ones that was saved. The old lady is also gone. And so she kind of says, well, I was going to have to find somebody to pick up that task. You're volunteering. That's perfect, really. So, yeah, I say you proved yourself. The kids like you. They've been talking nonstop about you lately. So, and you see like two kids are kind of jumping around you as we speak. Mayor kind of shoos them away. If you think you're up for it, you got the job.
Oh, I'm used to orphanages.
Sure. If you need any help, just I'll leave the hiring up to you. But yeah, here's the keys. I trust you.
I fully intend on turning the orphanage into a cloister.
That's totally fine. You're able to do so should you make the decision to have her stay there. I think that would be a good fitting place for her.
chaos of all this, I want to try and find a moment to talk to the Seth privately.
Yeah. Easy enough.
I'm going to attempt to block Bala's, for lack of a better word, vision of what's happening.
She's
Trying to
pretty
block her.
weakened, so the DC is
Put
going
her
to
in
be
a
pretty
corner
low.
and block her in.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a deception.
Deception. Okay, I can do that.
Because I haven't used it yet, I would like to give you my point of inspiration for this.
Okay, roll with advantage.
Thank God for that advantage. That's gonna be a 19.
So you kind of envision these sort of walls being put up, and you hear silence, and you don't feel a connection to that magic or in this moment.
Steph, I don't know how long I can keep her from seeing what's happening. I've been trying to find a moment to tell you guys what was going on. It happened when I touched the book. But she is in my thoughts at all times. She's been digging through my memories. She knows about where we came from. Right now, I think it's too risky for me to head back, but I need someone who can relay information. I did get information from her, though. Without her intention, she has something going on in the city. Much like she had something here.
Happy to relay anything that you are willing to trust me with. I had my suspicions about an influence when I saw the shroud over your soul. It was familiar to me, as I've seen a similar shroud over my own, but mine is not as nefarious as yours, I expect.
Hoping that by keeping her here, it's one of those times where you keep your enemies close. Gain knowledge and hopefully circumvent some of the nastier plans she has in play.
Which could be quite useful. However, don't forget that keeping your enemies close means they are always within arm's reach to put a dagger in your back.
Yes, that is the concern.
And when it comes to creatures that can hesitate to say control, influence souls, such as I expect her, it is dangerous, very dangerous, to keep them around. They are not easily controlled. I expect it would be impossible to truly control them.
No, I don't expect it to be full control, but for as long as I can last out, if we can get the information from her, circumvent the nastier things she has in play. Well, I believe you were right from what she has told me and what she's remarked on. These were her original plans, but things went awry and the hells took over. It was an enemy of hers when it came in to screw up her plans. But either way, she had a hand in this.
An enemy of hers, or an old co-worker, let's say, of hers?
I think it's a little both. I think it was someone she managed to piss off in her dealings, if I remember correctly.
You remember that somebody got mad with her using devils as batteries.
Oh.
And you're not sure where she got the connection to that level of hell, so maybe she once worked with them, but you don't have confirmation on that information. You just know that she had access to that level, and was taking creatures out of it to use as batteries, and she did gain allies in the hags for the time being, who didn't seem to care about that, because you know that like the big hag like goddess or whatnot was destroyed she was not a goddess but like an archdevil before was destroyed by this other figure. So the hags didn't seem to have a problem with using the devils as batteries, but they are deathly afraid of the current archdevil. archdevil that lives there. And so they swiftly turned on Vala, and that's why Vala was really pissed off. So the only allies you can fully confirm were the Night Hags. You're not sure how she gained access initially to the Hells.
Okay. So she would explain that part of it.
Yeah.
She's not holding anything back from Seth. She's trying to get the information to Seth because she can't get it to the collective.
Okay, so you share all of that information?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I shared that I got a sense that she has some plot happening in the big city of Hope.
Do you also share that Vala's intent was to just take control of the people and more subtly not to kill them? Or okay.
Just kind of give her the rundown of everything so that she can pick and choose what needs to go to the collective. Yeah. And that way it's out of... Since she doesn't know how long she can hold Vala at bay, she wants to give all the information over.
And the general, Arrhenius, she basically took those shards and twisted them, used that control, brought the Night Hags over through threats, and twisted the control away from Vala, and basically forced these people to kill themselves as vengeance against what she did to her devils. So you know all of that. Do you relay all of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All of it.
I will make sure that our associates receive this information. I trust you, Sybil, to know your limits when it comes to Vala. If you need help, I'm not sure what I could do to assist, but I am willing to answer that call should you make it.
I appreciate that. Definitely, if it ever comes down to it, need someone willing to stop me if I cross the line.
In the meantime, I will see if our associates can supply me with any reading that I can do to further my understanding of your relationship with Vala. And
might also want to warn them not to touch the book.
Yes, we did very much include a big warning along with it when we sent it.
You might want to explain that's how this happened.
I will. And I myself will be very careful when I next encounter this book to study it.
Speaking of things to be careful with, I did pick up that marble. I think we should probably get it back to them as it's a connection to the house, but it's dangerous to handle. Vala's actually the only reason it didn't harm me.
Perhaps you should hold on to it for now, and we will ask them what they think we should do with it.
Sounds like a good plan.
So,
fortunately, the situation is concerning, but I don't think I can hold her off any longer. Just know that anything that I know, she knows.
Yeah, you feel this pressure cracking at the walls.
I appreciate you opening up, and best of luck to all of us.
Yes.
And you feel the walls break. You feel a little flash of annoyance from her from within.
Basically, it's the mental, what? You do the same.
Crystal's going to go over to Kieran, and she's going to say, Kieran, I think I heard you talking to the mayor. I heard something about the orphanage. Are you not coming back to the collective with us now, or are you going to still join us, or what should we be? And I won't say the collective. I won't say that.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to phrase differently. So I would say, are you going to be staying here, or are you going to be coming back with us for a bit of a break?
Oh, you're muted.
I thought I clicked on mute. I can't take a break. There's no one to watch over the kids. and they need watching over. So I'm gonna stay for a while at least.
Do you want me to talk to your mother superior if I could do that for you?
I'll send a letter.
Okay.
These are
If you want, you could. I mean, if you want to send it with me, I'd be happy to go talk to her in person.
okay, and she'll tell you like where the she'll like tell you where it is. She's like, you know, like they'll know where to point you.
Yeah, we'll keep it sort of like it would be kept quite vague, but the idea would be that I would be taking a letter to your family. Without indicating where we're going or anything.
You guys might notice that Anita kind of hangs out sort of on the edges, and the people of the town pointedly avoid her. But she does manage to kind of work her way over to the group. And Seth, do you share, or not Seth, Sybil, do you share the information that Denna gave you?
Oh, yeah, no, I totally thought yeah.
Okay.
I forgot that came just to me. Yeah, that would have been at least the very least.
It would have been you and anybody who was around you. I just wasn't sure if people were around you. Like Kieran was talking to the mayor, so you and whoever was around you. So Seth might have heard that. But let's say you guys gathered back up and kind of spoke to each other about your plans. And Anita kind of approaches the group and says, so I kind of overheard that one that she points at Denna talking to you. I think she mentioned something about going into the city. I wouldn't trust her too much. You know she's part of that group, right?
What?
Which group do you mean?
Like there's a couple.
That, like, I don't know, those... They don't really do terribly much, but lately they've been doing a little bit more until... Well, I guess a lot of them... It's a lot less than I thought there was. I don't know, I think they call themselves the Sons of Vengeance or something like that. Some such nonsense. But, I'm fairly certain she's one of them. That in her group. Wouldn't trust them too much. If you are determined to go into the city, like she said, you're gonna have to find paths underneath. If you know anyone from Bank, I hear rumors that they used to have some tunnels that led from the city, from their area, from one of their cities along the edge of border. I don't know if that's still in operation or not, but during the war we used it to get supplies. Could be a place to start. But, I mean, I hear some crazy rumors coming out of the city. It's not exactly empty. There's strange folk that have taken up residence, seems to be attracted to that sort of nastiness. Different clans, like violent were clans and the rebels, obviously, and there's reports of some weird abominations, like grotesque, unnatural things in the sewer systems. So just... It doesn't sound fun. Just be careful.
I mean, to be fair, there were some nasty rumors floating around what we just dealt with. And that was very unnatural.
That's true, but I mean, our little town used to be quite, nice relatively for a town that got horribly bombed during a war. We didn't used to have all the corpses or all the things coming back to life anyway, and these devil things, that was new. But the ghouls, they were pretty manageable before, but hopefully things will quiet down now that you guys have kind of cleaned up a bit here. Feels different, anyway. Sun's actually peeking out a little bit more today. That's nice.
You would say it feels a little more natural.
I would say that. For us,
Well,
anyway.
We certainly appreciate the information. You seem to know a lot of rumors of the area. I don't suppose you'd be willing to stick with us for a while.
You're going in there? The city?
Our destination may lay there, yes?
If you let me look at that book again, I might be inclined.
Why are you so interested in that book?
I don't know. It scares me, and things that scare me I like to try to understand.
Really don't think that's a wise idea.
Yes,
No
we
offense to
can't-
you, just bad things happen when that book's around.
we can't say that we would give you that opportunity. However, if you're willing to accompany us for a while, I could inquire about such an opportunity. With no promises.
Inquire to who?
People that we sent it to. We did mention that we sent it away from this island. It is in a safe place.
Who are you people?
People.
In time, perhaps.
Shady, mysterious. I like it. All right. I'll give it some thought. Spend a little bit more time with you anyways, but talk to your people and see what they say. And then I'll see how I feel about it. Not a yes, not a no.
Fair enough.
And my understanding is you remember everything that happened in that factory, right?
Unfortunately,
I'm sorry.
it's pretty bad.
But you would have
Anita?
heard about a specific predicament that I find myself in?
She takes a moment to think. That winged one said some weird stuff about you, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Let's just say that was the fault of the book, and that's why we hesitate to hand it to anyone to touch.
Interesting. You guys got other interesting books?
Not yet. Here's to hoping. Scream sarcasm.
Well, we'll see.
I got plenty of interesting books if you're really interested in wildlife.
Maybe, yeah. I like a good read. Well, I guess it's not boring around you folks anyway. Like I said, I'll give it some thought. For now, I'm gonna get out of town because I don't like it here. So, you guys know where my tower is. You know where to find me.
Anita, can I ask you one last question? Dana mentioned an opera house in the city and somebody called Lasana. You ever heard of her?
Never heard of no Lasagna, but the Opera House, yeah, it's in the entertainment district. Or what once was the entertainment district.
Do they still use it, like for an opera house? No, I guess not, huh?
It's everything's quite bombed and changed there. So, I mean, I know where the districts are, but I doubt it's an operation, or if it is, there's some sort of weird thing they're singing nowadays. There's no civilized people that live there.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And she just kind of gives her goodbyes and starts, heading out towards the no man's land where she calls home. And that leaves us, if there's anything else you guys would like to clean up, let me know, or any words that you left to say.
I do want to note just real quick in
Sure.
the I assume fairly lengthy letter that I end up sending back to the collective. I will include every little bit of information about Anita that I can recall.
Mm-hmm.
As much about her as possible, and her familiar as well.
And you guys... Oh, go ahead.
I would also add a personal note at the end, mentioning that she might be a worthy recruit for the collective.
Okay. You send... Go ahead.
I was just saying while he's doing that, so I just probably going to use his great photographic memory of the landscape here and make a map of where all the events took place. And we'll probably send that along with it.
Yeah, easy enough for your skill.
So will we be going back, or we're staying and just sending missives and things back?
You guys weren't sure how it was going to work. I think
Okay.
Kieran made a point that she's staying to take care of the orphanage, sending a letter home to you, and you guys can relay that information to the collective. Sybil doesn't feel like she should go, even though you feel Vala pushing you to go. She wants you to go back to the headquarters.
That's exactly why I'm not doing it.
So she's sort of nudging you to do so, but you decide to kind of hang back as well, maybe kind of help them rebuild, keep an eye on things in town, help Kieran out every now and then. So you decide to stay back. But you guys send the letter and kind of rest overnight. The next day, who is it that I'm like blanking?
When Sybil says she's staying, she'd also make it a point to say that she will go to the opera. She will eventually try and go to the opera house, and she will eventually try to get in deeper with the group. That
is for a future session. That is for a future session.
That's what she wants to do. So that's her intent when she stays.
Yeah, you can look into trying to find information on how to get into the city, but it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah.
But we can send you spend time trying to find a way in, on your own, and
essentially trying to be the collective's man on the inside here. In the natural land,
checking out leads and stuff like that on finding a way in. So Agent Specialist Phalanx, who some of you have met before, she was the one that helped you guys out on the blimp. For those that were in that episode. For Blood on the Zephyr. She was the one that teleported you guys here. She is a beautiful light-skinned elf with big long ears and a very, very fashionable sense. Like, she's very high fashion with the way she dresses. She's in this little bodice that kind of flares up, long skirt, and a very kind of swooping fashionable hat. So she appears and is going to take you guys back home to the collective, to headquarters, to kind of properly debrief. And Kieran and Seth decide to stay behind for that, but the rest of you are taken back to headquarters to debrief. And until next time, until there will be some time that passes before you guys are able to find potential entry or an idea of how to get into the big city. But that's it for this session of for this mini campaign for Darkness in Darvasta. Making sure I hit all these points, so keep track of the items that you gathered, because that could come in handy. I would like to bring this back for whoever is available to play sometime in the summer. So I'll touch base with people about that. We'll get that planned out later. Another like mini campaign is what I'd like to try to organize. But this has been so much fun. I'm really happy to have had the chance to do this. I hope you guys have enjoyed this wild ride that we've been on, and there is more to come. And you guys did great. You all survived, so that's always a big plus. Do you have any, like, before we totally close out, is there, you guys do relay the information to the collective, is there any sort of last minute things, or are we all good? We handled all the things you guys needed to do.
Kieran's gonna give everyone a hug as they prepare to leave. In Kieran's letter to Mother Superior, it's just gonna go over like all the stuff that she's been doing like out here, agent wise, you know, stuff for Saloon. She's gonna gush like a whole lot about how she felt, you know, the Night Maiden's presence multiple times, and you know, she was tasked to, she says she's staying because, you know, she was tasked to save the orphans, and she doesn't feel that they're 100% safe. So she's staying because, you know, it's like, I'm not gonna tell Saloon no.
Noted. Very nice. And you do, you know, as time passes, the collective helps aid in getting a response from the Mother Superior, and she, because there will be some time that passes in between this, but she is very proud of you, and is basically indicates that she always knew that you were special, and it didn't surprise her to hear that the Night Maiden has paid kind of special attention to you. She's always known that that was your destiny, and she offers assistance. So if you need sisters to come to you, she can kind of work that out with the collective and kind of send aid, whatever you need. If you need funds to get a proper cloister going, that they can help kind of raise money for that.
Yeah, she would definitely do that. Like she'll definitely hire whoever she can feel is trustworthy from the town, but she wants some, like, you know, unbiased, oh, I hate Eastern, oh, I hate Western Darvastan people. You know, she doesn't want, like, if she has to leave the cloister, she doesn't want to put someone who's not going to you know, avoid turning someone away because they're on the wrong half of the island. So, you know, she would definitely ask for whoever could be spared.
Yeah, and they send eventually you're joined by a sister, and you can decide on their personality and who they are, but you're eventually joined by a sister, someone familiar to you. And the rest of you will debrief and have some time to look into things a bit of a break, a vacation, if you will, from things as the collective dives into all of this information and starts breaking it down and tries to find a way to get you guys into the larger city. I will say that, that's I think that's pretty much it. I've relayed all the information. Anything else you guys would like to ask or indicate?
Crystal would probably look into whether or not, given everything that was there, if she could potentially acquire some sort of skill or what would be needed for her to be able to deal better with ordinances and so on, having helped defuse that bomb.
Okay, so you want to take like a bomb training course?
Yeah, she'd be looking in, like, because that seems to be her forte, although that wasn't the direction things went, but she would kind of like to expand her knowledge of like ammunition, firearms, armistice, weapons, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so you'll spend some time
she could be of more help
working on that for sure. Yeah. Anyone else have any projects? I know that Seth is looking into the book and looking into information about Vala specifically as well. Anything else Seth is focusing on?
She would spend some time as well reading up on or just studying in general the pairing of souls of two creatures spiritually, not just in the sense of like a warlock, but any creature that would have influence over the soul of another creature. She wants to have a much better understanding of that than she currently does.
Okay.
And looking into any way to separate two creatures that have been bound in such a way.
Okay. Noted. Fudge, are you up to anything? Besides writing your book on the events of this mission?
Ain't natural Darvasta experience.
That's the title.
It's a working title.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And our
We'll come up with
experience, I like that.
Yeah. You might come up with something a little bit more interesting later, but I think he mostly be working on that. I don't think he's really connected with anyone at the collective until now. So he's probably poking around those that came back, like spending time with Cephas and Crystal, like probably just hanging out.
I was actually going to say something similar. If Fudge is like hanging out at the at the HQ while writing his book, Seth would just like periodically just kind of wander into his room as if it's her own room and just start spouting off nonsense about this very unnatural stuff she's reading about in whatever book at the time.
Yeah, you just get a bunch of ain't naturals right back at you, concurring all of your thoughts on that. Yeah. No, it's an open door for sure. So,
do we actually have rooms at the collective, or can we stay there as well? And what about the owl bear? I forgot to give the owl bear lots of scritches.
Yeah,
that was something.
Muffalo.
Everywhere Fudge's Muffalo is. So, and Muffalo has a free pass in the collective headquarters. And it's not unusual. You see other ranger types that have animals that are very well trained that kind of wander throughout the area. There's also some like wild shaped druids occasionally that you come across. So seeing animals walking throughout the headquarters isn't necessarily unusual. There's familiars and things like that. So it's Muffalo fairly fits in. Probably has a little group, little animal group where they go like have their animal time somewhere in the room, the playroom, who knows. But yeah, I like that idea. And several of you, upon completion of this mission, you do, even though the mission is ongoing, they do see this as you guys have made this area better. You've sort of settled the immediate issues at Little Hope, and are following threads. You've done what you needed to do there. So they consider this mission successful with a little asterisk that it's going to be continuing on. And several of you need to pick your, since you've had this first major successful mission, you've been on smaller missions, but this is one where they consider it worthy of earning your agent name. So what are your agent names? Have you given any thought to it, or you need to wait on that?
Agent Fudge.
That fits, actually.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to be clear, Fudge actually has a real name, but people just know him as Fudge. So
yeah. So Fudge is Agent Fudge. It's just, yep, that's fair.
And Agent Muffalo.
And Agent Muffalo.
I was going to ask how on the nose we're allowed to be with the names, but I think that answers the question.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think Seth would probably just go with Agent Jackal.
Awesome.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
Cool. Yeah.
Perfect.
I'd like to go with Agent Talus.
Agent Talus.
Mm-hmm.
Can you spell that for me? Is it T-A?
O-S or U-S, depending on how you want to spell it, because it's spelled both ways.
You mean like literally Talos, the god of chaos?
No, Talus from the Greek mythology. He protected which island was it? There was some island where he was protecting. He was a giant bronze statue-like man.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
I was going by D&D Talos, which is like.
Oh.
it's
Yeah,
like-
no.
it's
Talos
like-
was a brass robot measuring 30 meters high who was forged by the god Hephaestus and given to Minos to protect the island of Crete.
Awesome.
Very fitting name for you.
Very
Oh,
fitting.
that's perfect.
Protector.
I thought it was way too fitting to
This
to pass
metal.
up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. I love it. So yeah, you guys have earned your names. You also have wages, so you guys aren't, Kieran is still undercover technically if you in your place there, but you do have access to resources. That box is still in the cabin, so if you ever need anything from the collective, they still consider you an agent. You're just kind of on leave right now, pursuing this project of helping the orphanages and building the cloister, so you're not going to be called upon for any active missions in this temporary time, but they might reach out to you for stuff in the area or give you a heads up, or if you're ready to go back to active duty, you would let them know through that box. So they're considering you on leave, but with access to your resources. Sybil, same thing. You're considered, you are still active. You're just undercover, and they agree with your assessment that it's safer for you to not come back to headquarters at this time. Given the circumstances, but you are able to communicate with them and have access to collective resources should you need them through that cabin and the box. And you can also, communicate with each other during that time. So, go ahead.
One more thing.
One more
thing for Fudge.
One more thing for Fudge.
I'm hoping that Fudge is just stumbling through the hallways of the collective and sees the madness room that he created a long time ago when he sent those little figures. And I want Fudge to spend like a couple hours with those like researchers and just lead them further down like the madness hole of just like, it's like, yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then maybe come back later and just mysteriously put in more like lines to things and add more little figures and stuff. And then like maybe the next day after that, I'd be like, hey guys, come on. This is all gibberish.
And a lot of them are like, all the ones working on this are sort of like newish agents, like fresh out of the training courses, and they're led by like one veteran guy that is just a conspiracy theorist. And so he's
not saying aliens, but
yeah, he's not helping. But yeah, there's a lot of like red yarn connecting different disconnected weird things, and like stick figure animals, dead squirrel, what does this all mean?
I'd like to imagine when Fudge tries to tell them that it was all a joke, they don't believe him. Like, no, that's the craziest theory of them all.
Yeah, no, he doesn't believe you. The conspiracy theorist, he nods and gives you like a wink and like takes the project elsewhere to where he continues to work on it with just him and 2 interns.
He believes that Fudge was paid off to tell them that,
Yeah.
He's in on it. Oh, I forgot one other thing. During the discussion with Cephalus, when she had Vala blocked, she would have asked Ceph to check in on her daughter when she got back to the collective, as she can't do it herself. So, yeah.
I'm sure there would have been at least somewhat of a change in Ceph's facial expression, knowing that you had a daughter, or finding out that you had a daughter. Probably.
He'd assure you that she's not a kid.
But Ceph would be more than happy to.
And you discover her daughter is currently working in Bink alongside the gnomes, and she's able to get a letter to you, Ceph, and she's basically relays how proud she is of you for joining the collective and for, working to try to make Darvasta better in your own way. And kind of relays that she's trying to do the same where she's at. And you see that there appears to be some sort of coded message in the letter back from her. But it might take you a little while to decipher. So we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
So that is where we are going to end this little mini campaign. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. That is our finale. And next week will be Mass Effect. So continuing on with our Mass Effect games. Tuesdays are our Destiny Forge games. And every alternating weekend on Saturdays, we have Withered Wastes, which is DM'd by Rojan and is sort of a post-apocalyptic homebrew, D&D 5e. And then we've got Wayward Wanderers, which is our Pathfinders DM'd by Azerin Extinction Curse campaign. So those are on alternating Saturdays. You can check that out. And the last Tuesday of every month is supposed to be Into the Wildlands to continue that story. So we can look for that as well. And I believe that's all we have coming up, unless I don't think there's any one-shots or anything like that coming up recently.
Nope. I'm still putting stuff together for Sonata.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe towards the end of this month.
Nice.
That's the hope, but we'll announce when we have more information.
Wonderful. So thanks everybody. And I hope you guys have a happy new year. This is this is my first D&D game of the new year, so that was pretty nice. Yeah, bye everybody. Thank you. Bye.